Hi, I am thinking. I just started the stream because if I don't start it now, I'm just going to keep procrastinating it. I didn't change the fucking title. I'm stupid. Let me change the title. Oopsie doopsie. We're learning today, GP. Yay. We're learning today. No. I don't know what title to put. Oh, sorry. I have a plate here. We are doing the learning activity today. Yay. And I'm going to there save and change the category. Category or category? Category? The category. Category. I'm going to change the category. I don't know if should I set it as just chatting the category. I'm not sure. I'm thinking. I have to prepare a proper playlist because I want to learn things today, like Photoshop and Illustrator, and maybe study things. But oh, I close OBS almost. But what was it? But I forgot. I was going to say something. I forgot. Oh no. No. I was going to say something. Shut up, me. Let's think. What was I going to say? Probably related to categories. Oh yeah, I don't know what category to put on the stream because I'm going to be watching a bunch of YouTube videos and then I'm going to make art. But at first I'm not going to make art, I'm just going to be watching videos. So it will feel very weird if I just put the stream on the art category when I haven't started doing art yet. So I think that while I'm just watching YouTube videos to learn how to do the thing I want to do, I'm going to leave it categoryless without any category. So might do that, yeah. Hi, by the way. I was there. I'm happy now. I'm showing my whole screen. Whoopsie doopsie, I forgot about that. Yes, I Google Translate. Don't judge me. Wait, I'm going to put my logo here so that when I'm not sharing my monitor, my screen, it won't be just a black void of darkness, devoid of any happiness and light. Where's my logo? I forgot what folder I put it in. On streaming. There we go. My PNG. Yay! Oh no, I don't want the PNG one. I want the non PNG one. Picture. Honeykogane logo. Accept. Whoop. We put this under here. And now we make this disappear. And then we make this big. Perfect. There we go. I had it set up like this before I moved. I moved houses and I changed my PC setup and all my setup on OBS deleted itself. So it's good that I just set it up again after a while. Yeah, I need to make with an app. I need to make a playlist because today I went to see. I don't know how the delusional my plan is. I went to see if I can learn how to draw and make some basic things on Photoshop Adobe. So I have like a way too many tutorials saved, and they are very unorganized. So I really should make a more organized playlist with like in what order I want to watch those. But I can't really share my screen while doing that because I don't feel like showing everyone my YouTube. Actually, it doesn't matter that much, but it isn't important. Why did I say that in Spanish? I don't know. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so I need to make that playlist. But first, I think I could just choose that one drawing. That one YouTube video I saw, that was one person explaining how to use Adobe Photoshop to draw or to paint. So I think I'm going to start watching that one, and then I can care about anything else. Total Beginner's Guide to Drawing in Photoshop 2025, or your 2024 Beginner Guide to Photoshop for Digital Painting, starting digital art in Photoshop. I don't know which one I should watch. I think I'm going to watch the 2024 one, just because. Okay, so I have the video here. I think right now I'm going to go get myself a drink, leave this plate and my keys because I have them on my desk and usually they are not on my desk. I'm going to leave them where they need to be. And yes, and we can start watching this video and understanding. I also need to make sure that the audio of this video does end up on the VOD, so I need to make a small change on the audio configuration. But luckily now I actually remembered how audio configuration works, so that shouldn't be too hard. So be right back. Going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to leave my plate, going to get a drink. So if anyone wants to do this with me, also recommend that you get something to drink and prepare yourself. Yay! Be right back. Hi, I'm back. Choo, 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 choo. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. No, yes, I want to. Oh, shush, jump scare. No, yes, I want to share screen. So I'm going. This isn't perfect. There, and a little bit bigger. Just a tiny little bit. There. That's perfect. I think. Yeah. Okay. We can start watching this one. Oh wait, I'm also thinking. Do I have YouTube Studio downloaded? Yeah, I do. I'm nervous. It could go very well, but in a weird situation, it could go really not well. Okay. Dear webcam, can you... Jeez. Dear webcam, can you pass through here? Sorry for the weird sound that is probably happening right now. I'm trying to put my webcam where it goes because it fell to the back. There we go. Okay. Okay. I have a... Imagine... I forgot I was sharing my screen. Imagine if my webcam just appeared on the screen. Stream. I will have touched myself quite a bit because we... Can you move your mouth when I move my mouth? It doesn't want to open. Okay. I forgot that I was sharing my screen. Give me a second. But yes, what I was saying is I have this personalizable free VTuber model ready to go. So I can stream with it using it. So the only thing I want to do with it is actually make it so it opens its mouth a little bit more because it very opens it. And it's not, I don't know why. I don't know if it's that I need to change the configuration again because I already did the first time I tried it, or if I need to... My brain went blank. I don't remember what I was saying. But my brain went blank. I hate when that happens. Okay. Right over tube on OBS. Let's put window capture VTube Studio. Hi. Properties. No. How do I turn on the transparency? I forgot. I think that for now I'm just going to set the chroma effect because I actually know how that one works. Yay. Yay. It's not moving. Why is it not moving? Can you move? Can you move, pretty please? Please. I had my BGM off. I forgot. Okay. I'll sound on my headphones. Right now, I'm going to put it on for VOD so that we can listen what I'm watching. And I need to set up a reminder to turn that off later. I don't know why this ain't working. Doesn't want to work. Not working. And I think it stopped working when I turned the filter on. I'm going to turn it off. Nope, still not working. I don't know. Okay. I'll set it up another time. I can live without it. Ooh. I can live without it. Oh, there we go. Now the tracking is working. I don't know why it wasn't working before. I don't know why it wasn't working. It stopped working again. Why it works? Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna close VTube Studio for now. I'm going to share my screen again. And we have this very cool guy. His name is the Art Mentor. That sounds like a very trustworthy source. I couldn't remember the word. So we are going to be watching this guy's video on your 2024 beginner guide to Photoshop for digital painting. So yes, let's see if we can learn anything from him. Surely yes.
So you decided to take the dive into digital art and use Photoshop.
I have.
If you're new to this program, everything just doesn't feel right when you first start. Photoshop is not an intuitive program, but luckily for you, you have me. Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Art Mentor. My name is Sean. I'm a veteran art teacher and freelance artist. And today, I'm going to give you a bulletproof guide so that you can start digitally painting today, right now.
Yay! That's what I wanted to do. There's a birthday of a character I really like soon.
What you're gonna need, of course, is
I want to do a drawing.
Because simply put, if you try and draw with your mouse, you're not gonna be able to do much at all. For this video, I'm gonna be using this bad boy right here. This is
I have an XP pen drawing tablet. I'm okay.
It's a standard drawing tablet. It's really awesome too, and it is my primary workhorse that I'm using right now. Now, before you go ahead and you start to use it, just so you know, you cannot just generally plug and play any of these from any brand out there. You generally have to go ahead onto their website and you have to install the drivers. Once you install the drivers, what you should see right here as I'm showing you on screen is you should see a separate
you can skip this part.
Photoshop is pretty much always going to be the brush tool. This is located on the left hand side.
Okay. Wait. I have very bad memory. Let me open Adobe Photoshop because I shouldn't do it. I should only share instead of sharing. Wait. Instead of sharing my whole screen. So, yes, that could get me accidentally doxxed because I'm so silly. Instead of doing that, let's just do this, which is much safer. Okay, this is a little... Okay. Little down. Sheesh, not that much down. There. Okay. Yes, now I won't dox myself because I'm only sharing that part. Okay, Adobe No. Photoshop. No. I have it on my desktop. I'll just open it from there. Hi, Photoshop. Please tell me you still work. Imagine, yes, I didn't test it, so imagine I just set up this whole stream for this. No, it did open, and it didn't open. That will be on brand, unfortunately, but luckily it didn't happen. It did open. So we have this, and I'll have Photoshop on my other monitor, which will be a little difficult because I also have my OBS there. Oh well, I'll do half and half of the screen with OBS and Photoshop. And if anyone sends me any message on Discord, please know that whenever I'm streaming, Discord does not make a sound of any kind, so I don't know if you text me or anything. Okay, I have everything set up. This guy already has a file open. So let me open a new file. Default Photoshop size. I assume that if he didn't give any specifications, I'm going to open that. Yeah, it looks the same as his. I'm going to grab my drawing tablet too. I don't have it on my desk. I have it under it. Oh sheesh, I have a mess of cables. A mess. Very messy cable arrangement. Okay. Microphone move. Phone move. Let's move my mug with the cosito a little to the left. Let's move my drawing tablet a little to the left. Let's put back the mic there. We clean the tablet. Let's untangle a little bit these cables. Perfect. Drawing club and drawing pen. Okay, we're ready here. I'm thinking. Okay, Mama just came in. Luckily, the index mind my name this time. We have learned. I forgot what I was. Oh yes, I was thinking that I could share the window that I have Adobe on. Google Chrome is over here. Photoshop. There we go. It's a little bit messy. I need to check if everything can be heard. Well, I think it can. Hello, Chrome. There we go. I'm going to name this so I don't lose it. Photoshop. Okay, let's size it. Okay. I have a plan. Just trust the process, okay? Trust the process. Trust the process. Okay, oh fuck. I'm so good at streaming, I swear. I'm trying to move OBS out of the way because it is on the way right now. Okay, there, and I can still read the chat because I put it right over where I have Photoshop. Okay, and I am going to put all this part. I'm going to put Adobe Photoshop, and on top of that I'm going to put our friend over here. Fuck. Our friend over here, but I'm going to make him smaller. Can I cut this? I don't know how to. Properties. I'm such a good streamer, I swear. Transformation. Yeah, I think it's there. No. Okay, right now you're seeing my whole screen. All of it. Okay, transformation. So good at this. Edit. I guess I could use a mask, I suppose. Or I could just have it on full screen sheet. Or over me. Over here. I could have it over there. Yeah, that seems like a good place, actually. Perfect. And I know that's, wow, so big, so easy to read, to see. I'm trying things. Let me be. Okay.
It's pretty much always going to be the brush tool. This is located on the left-hand side.
Okay. Brush. Is it the brush?
Little paintbrush icon that using in order to draw in Photoshop. It's pretty much always going to be the brush tool. This is located on the left-hand side. The little paint.
No, it's this one. Wait, I need to change my tablet's configuration because it thinks that we only draw on the other monitor, and I want to draw on the other. The one. There we go. Now I can move here. Okay, here's the brush. This thing over here, the brush. We have a brush, and we can draw. Such good progress. Yay. Let me draw a little Yuki. It feels very comfortable to draw. I like the default brush. I'm trying to draw like a shiny-eyed Amaze, very happy Yuki. I need to get the eye shape correctly because it's a big part of the expression. You see, it's good enough. I like this height for the mouth. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear whenever I touch the button I set on the tablet for Control C. There we go. Now I'm going to leave her hair without any kind of hairstyle. Oh, the shortcuts I have on my tablet that are the ones I use usually are different than the ones because they work on my other drawing app on Medibank Paint, but they don't work on here because this is Adobe Photoshop and they have different shortcuts. So whenever I touch the shortcut that usually changes from a transparent brush to my default brush, here it changed, I think, to zoom. Very cute, Yuki. Okay, we have understood the brush. Wait, now that I know. Let me see. Do you zoom? Yay, I needed that. I was too far away. Though sometimes being a little bit far away can help, and now I think I'm too close. Okay. There. I like that. That's good. Okay, brush. Brush. Did the brush change when I zoomed in? Could that be? Oh, I think it changes with my pressure. Yeah, it wasn't the zoom. It was my pressure. If I hold it lighter, it looks more penny-like. Pen-like, more pen-like. But if I press it more, you can actually see the borders of it. It's kind of blurry. It's more marker-like, I think. I need to check, actually, because right now I closed OBS to be able to see the video on one screen and have Photoshop on the other one. So I'm not being able to see the chat very well. I'm just praying that it looks good. I'll have the video over there. Yeah. Well, I could have it up here. Alright, no, I'm going to keep it here. Wait. You guys didn't see anything of what I just did. Why is that? Photoshop. Photoshop, what are you? What are you? Why aren't you showing what I'm doing? Okay, something's weird. They ain't letting me show you guys. Alpha Yuki, yeah. Hello Cap, welcome. I'm just struggling with life. Why doesn't it appear? There we go. Fixed it. Don't know why, but I fixed it. Now we can see our cute little Yuki. Okay, what I was showing before, I don't know if it could be seeable. Right over here. No, here. This is the brush. We have found the brush. We can now draw. Yay! Okay. I'm trying to figure how to make this work, and I'm struggling quite a bit because I do not know how to make it work. Oh no. I want to show the video like in a part because I am watching a video. No, because I'm watching a video. I'm using this to understand, but it won't back. I don't know how to cut. Vamos a recortar on en OBS. Alt y agarra. Ok, veamos si funciona. Tengamos esto abierto. OBS. Que ahorita soy Alt. ¡Ay! Funciona, perfecto. Gracias Google, te quiero mucho Google. Mi bestie Google. Perfecto. Ok, entendí el significado de la vida. Déjame ver cómo recorto esto. ¡Wow! Cada día más cerca de ser una streamer legendaria. Okay, going back to talking in English. Okay, I'm going to keep it like that so who made the video can be visible. Go to Google for real. It saves us on the more struggle less times. Don't know what I'm saying. For real. Every day you learn something new. Okay. I think that size is the best I can do, even though it covers me, even though it covers my cute little face. I want it to still be like easy to see what's on the screen on the video. And if I make it any smaller, it will be hard to read. So I'll sacrifice my cute little face and my cute little PNG tuber model so that you can read. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's a good setup. Took me a while to figure out, but now we know. Now we know. Let's keep watching the video. I still don't know how to be able to read the chat. Oh wait, I'm so smart. No, I'm so yeah. Yes, I am. Wait, I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a very good plan. It's a very planny plan type of plan. A very plan-like plan. Now you see that this changed shape. It changed shape right now. That's because I made it smaller on my screen so I can have it on my main monitor along with OBS. So I can fucking see. Yay! Now we can see the video. I'm going to put a text thingy over it so that it says the video that we're watching. Text. I forgot the name. I'm going to copy paste it. Perfect. Paste. The art mentor. Okay, cool. Such a good streamer. No chat, yes chat. I shall read the chat. I'm going to figure it out. Okay. Color, let's make it red so it pops up. We are going to give it a little bit of that. Of a, how do you call it? A border. A little bit of a border. And white is cool. We like white. We love white. That's too small. The border is too small. Bigger border. Oh no, this is the biggest border we can give it. I don't think it's very easy to read right now. Maybe a different. Penalty? Is that easy to read? No, I think none of these are easier to read. I'm trying to change the... No, it's easy to read over here. Okay. I have a plan, okay? I have a plan. Don't know if a good plan, but a plan. Surely. Yellow, let's go with yellow. Yellow. Okay. We are watching. Perfect, I'm a genius. Readable. Yay! Now we can keep watching the video. Okay, we have discovered the tool called the paintbrush, and we have drawn a cute little Yuki with it. So that part done.
Brush icon. The keyboard shortcut for the brush tool is the letter B. So here.
Letter B. Let me change the tool. If I touch B, it goes back. Yay! Wait. Oh wait. Those two, the eraser and the brush, the paintbrush shortcuts, are the same as in Medbang. So if I use the paintbrush and the eraser shortcut on my tablet, it still works. It's just the transparent brush that's a different one. Okay, let's keep watching.
Here I've made a new layer and I just want to troubleshoot a few things that may happen or probably will happen to you when you first get started digitally painting.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're using the brush and everything's going to work fine with it. So first off, when you go ahead and use it, if it's producing this type of effect where no matter how hard you're pressing down, you're just getting the exact same line weight to it.
No, it's not happening.
And a few things to investigate. So at the top
Let's watch
here,
it anyway.
this little target and pen icon. This is the pressure sensitivity.
Over here next to the butterfly. I don't know what to do with it. Let's keep watching.
For Photoshop, definitely turn off that bad boy. Next, if this is still looking a little wonky to you, like as you're doing this and you're getting this kind of weirdo effect, go ahead into your pen tablet properties like you can see here, and here you can adjust how firm or how soft you would like your brush sensitivity to be. So basically you can go ahead and you can move this slider back and forth, up and down, and you can move it once and then come back here, give it a try, and then you can move it again and try it again until it feels pretty comfortable for you. However though, yes, as you can see right now as I'm doing this, everything is still not 100% the same. This is where your brushes come into play. So to access the different types of brushes, you need to go ahead and you need to right click anywhere on your canvas. It's going to pull up your
Right click. No, I have this still selected. Oi, that was my pen. It's learning how to fly. Okay. Right click. Oh, yes, it is this. I don't have the same things as he has. Do I open this? Oh, there we go. There we go. Can I move this? Can I click it somewhere else? There. Let's see what we have here. Dry brushes. General brush. Look, I like how the ultimate pencil heart looks.
Your brushes. So this particular brush I'm using right now, it does not have any type of pressure sensitivity built into it. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this hard round button.
Yeah.
And you can hit enter for this to go away, or you can just click anywhere into the canvas area like that.
Okay.
So to check to see if your brush that you're using actually has any pressure sensitivity built into it, or to turn that on or off, here's how you do that. You're going to need to access this palette right here, which is the brush settings.
Where are we? I'm lost. Wait. Oh, mama. Well, I suppose this is a 2024 version, so maybe that's why it's different. We need to know that. This is my history. These are my comments, colors, swatches, gradients, patterns, properties, adjustments, libraries, channels, paths. Where is the fucking configuration for the brush? Is this? Tool preset. Brush settings. Where are the brush settings? I'm lost. Window. Tool preset swatches. Brush settings. Here we go. Found it. We need to go to brush settings and then.
If you don't have this already shown, you just go to Window and Brush Settings.
No, he explained it.
What you want to do is make sure that these two options are checked for both shape dynamics, and this should be on pen pressure.
Forgot what to look. Okay, shape dynamics. Can I make this bigger? I'm blind. Shape dynamics. Okay. And pressure. Okay, it is on. Perfect.
As well as transfer. This is
Transfer. Pen pressure. Perfect.
Also supposed to be on
Let's
pen
say
pressure.
okay.
Basically, shape dynamics will control how thin or thick it gets.
Yeah.
Transfer is going to control how opaque or transparent it's going to be based on how hard you push down. So here we can see everything is working right. So
Perfect. Wait, actually, let me put the art category on my stream already, because I'm already with the art program and doing things, so now it can be qualified as a art stream, I suppose. Okay, let's keep watching. I really like the brush that he's using right now. Brushes, general brushes. I think he was using the hard round at first, but then he changed it, right? I don't remember. Don't know which one it was. Wait, I'll go back to see which one it was.
your brush that you're using, actually get it until it feels pretty comfortable to investigate. So at the top here, this slider, any type of pressure sensitivity built into it. So I'm going to
The hard round. Oh yeah, it was a hard
go ahead
round.
and click on this hard round button.
My hard round and his hard round look pretty different. Let's go to brush settings. Oh, let's turn on shape dynamics and pen pressure. And let's turn on transfer. It already has pen pressure. Let's try this. Which is okay, let's kill Yuki. Let's kill little Yuki. How do I make this bigger? Mode brush, opacity, flow, smoothing. Here. How big? Very big, please. Thank you. Do I have my BGM on? I don't remember. BGM, are you on? I think it's not on for stream, but it's on for the VOD. Which is okay, because I actually need to listen to what this guy is saying, so it's okay if it's a little quiet. But maybe I should have like a little bit of sound in the background. So I'm going to turn on for the stream the BGM. Now it should be audible for stream. Do you hear it, Cap? Let's set the brush on again. Let's make it smaller. 40. General brushes. Around. Why is it not? Oh, I'm in erasers. There we go. Perfect. Such an artist. I'm just vibing right now. Just vibing. I don't like that. Yum, 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 yum. No, I don't like that either. Meow, 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 meow. This looks different than the end of. Let's keep watching the video. I get lost so easily. But really, I don't know why my brush looks different than his. His is much cooler. I like his brush. Okay, where's the video? I lost the video. Here's the video. Hi, video.
And you can hit enter for this to go away, or you can just click anywhere into the canvas area like that. So to check to see if your brush that you're using actually has any pressure sensitivity,
It has.
there are options that you can also play with in your brush settings up on. So here we can see everything is working right. So this is generally the effect that you should get. And if it doesn't look like this again, just cycle back to the previous things that I mentioned. Now there are a few different options that you can also play with in your brush settings up on here. So up on the very top, you can change the blending modes on here. We'll talk about this in another video, but not today. You can also change the opacity. So if you want to directly control how light or dark you're going, you can either do this one of two ways. You can first off go ahead and click in here, and then this will again adjust based on what you're doing. Or you can easily just use the numbers on your keyboard. So you can go 10% would be 1, 20% would be 2, 30% would be 3, so on and so forth. If you want to go back to 100%, just hit 0. Now, another really awesome part about what makes Photoshop such a great program, and generally all digital art programs, is the ability to use custom brushes. So again, if you click and you see all of your custom brushes, you're going to have a pretty limited amount. And as you can see from mine right now, yeah, I've got a lot. I've collected a lot over the years, okay? So my general advice for you as a new digital artist, though, is to just get comfortable with using the hard round and the soft round.
Is the video audible? It should be. Is the video audible? I think it should be. I think it is, but confirm it if you can. If you can.
Round brushes, and then go ahead and invest into trying to find your own custom brushes. Now, another big piece of advice for you is this: don't rely on custom brushes to do all the work for you. You still have to have a good amount of artistry in order to pull this off and make anything look good, or else it just doesn't matter. So as you see me drawing here, you're going to see me making my brush both bigger and smaller. There are two different ways that you can do this. The easiest way to get this one done is if your stylus actually has a wheel for you to turn it up and down, go ahead and use that. Like for me, on my wavecom, it's this little bad boy. The more that I spin this left or right, the bigger that it gets, as you can see right there. If you don't have that though, that's cool. Just go ahead and hit the open and close bracket keys. These are located directly next to P on your keyboard.
Don't think it's working. Nope. Do I need to? I don't think I know how to do this. Now, wait, do I need to have the brush selected? Maybe. No, I want to select the brush. Brush. T. Brush. What was I doing? I forgot. Okay. Those things that are next to P supposedly change the size. I'm touching them right now. It ain't working. Okay, if that was with Alt, I select the color selecting thingy. With Control, I can move things. The layer is locked. Oh. No idea why it ain't working. Oh shish. Help. No, go back. How do I go back? Help. Let's zoom out. How do I zoom out? I forgot. What's the move layer thingy? Move layer thingy. Where's the move? There is. Layer. Hi. How do I zoom out? Can I zoom out? Am I allowed to zoom out? How do I zoom out? Can I zoom out, please? Help. I forgot. Okay, view. 100%. No, that's like too much. Okay, no, view. Wait on screen. No. View. Zoom out. View. Zoom out. Perfect. There we go. Fixed it. I'm so lost. 90% of all this. Okay. No, my little brackets don't work.
Now to give you a really big power tip so that you can quickly access all of your custom brushes on the fly as you're painting, go ahead and map it to that little button that's going to be on your stylus. Pretty much all pens have a little button that's going to be located right here, and you can do this again in your tablet settings. So for me, it's right here. I can modify exactly what this button does as well as what the forward one does. I have two.
Why don't I search in Google for command commands on Photoshop? I should, right? I did that with Medibank, and then I set it up how I wanted my tablet shortcuts to work. I might do the same with Photoshop so I don't get as lost.
On mine, however, you may only have one. I do recommend that you do this though. Now let's learn about the brush tool's best friend for undoing all this stuff.
Yeah.
So the sister tool to the brush tool, in order for you to undo everything,
Eraser.
Tool. You can access the eraser tool in a couple ways again.
I have used
Here on the
eraser.
left-hand side, it's going to be on the tool palette, the little eraser icon right there. You can also press the letter E on your keyboard. So the eraser tool functions just like the brush tool. You can go ahead and either use your stylus wheel, or you can use the open and close brackets to make it bigger and smaller. And as long as you have the right layer selected, you can go ahead and just erase this out like you see me erasing this guy's axe right here. Oh no. He looks far less mighty now, right? Now another thing that you can do is you can utilize all of your custom brushes in order to also produce a certain effect. So
Perfect.
that's
you
can
that's
select a different one. So let me go ahead and select one
something I
that has a
wanted
little
to
bit
know.
more of a texture to it. So like this one right here. And here you can see I've gone ahead and I've selected a texture tool, and I can actually use the eraser as such. Now you can also use this for fixing your mistakes. Next, let's talk about another way that you can and definitely should.
Wait, let's go back. I'm stupid, not paying attention. Use back of pen as well. No, my back of pen is not an eraser.
The open and close brackets to make it bigger and smaller. And as long as you have the right layer selected, you can go ahead and just erase this out like you see me erasing this guy's axe right here. Oh no. He looks far less mighty now, right? Now another thing that you can do is you can utilize all of your custom brushes in order to also produce a certain effect. So another way that you can, now I've gone ahead and I've selected to it. So like this, we go ahead and select one that has a little.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom because I didn't really understand when he explained it. That you can select the eraser and then you select as if you were going to select a brush. And let's say I select Kyle's Ultimate Pastel Palooza, and I can use this as an eraser, could it be? mode brush, and it works the same as the brush. Actually, right now at this moment, I don't see shit because it's all white. Okay, here we have the brush, right? And now we select the eraser. Is it? No, this is the normal eraser. We're still on the eraser. We haven't changed. General brushes, let's close that. Special effect brushes. Wet media brushes. If I change brush from here, doesn't change the texture of the eraser. I'm not getting how to do that. How to change the texture of the eraser. I don't really get how he did it. Wait, let me make it bigger. I can't see.
A little bit more of a texture to it. So like this one right here. And here you can see I've gone ahead and I've selected a texture tool, and I can actually use the eraser as such.
When I tried that, it didn't work.
Also use this for fixing your mistakes. Next, let's talk about another way that you can and definitely should go about correcting all of your mistakes as you're going to be going about digitally painting, because this is one of the best parts, and you don't get this out of any traditional media. And that is the history palette. So it's generally going to be located right up here. Now, depending on what your workspace looks like, this may or may not be contracted. Mine's generally always contracted.
Eraser. Background eraser tool, magic eraser tool. Does the magic eraser tool work? Oh sheesh, no, not like that. No, we can go back. No. Where's the eraser? Normal eraser. I want the normal eraser. Can I have the normal eraser, please? Background eraser tool. I don't want to erase any background. No. Okay, let's go. Normal eraser tool. Brushes. Brush settings. How? I don't understand. I'm so stupid. I am so stupid. Don't get it. Don't get it. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Seriously stupid. Okay. Mode brush. Yes. Hi, dear. Beautiful. Your beautiful eraser, can you work as this brush? No, it changed back to the brush. Wait. How? Oh! It was this button, I think. It works now, I think. Does it work? No, I think maybe this could be like a... I don't know. I don't think that works. No, it doesn't work. I got excited, but it doesn't work. This is just a thing. Can I read the name of this? No, just a symbol. I'm not allowed to know. Erase to history. That sounds like erasing everything. No, I don't know what that does. Hi, what do you do? Enable airbrush style build-up effects. Always use pressure for opacity. Enough. Brush presets, control pressure. Okay. Now I want to know how to make my brush look cool, like my brush. Let me do the video.
The eraser tool is used for removing pixels from a layer,
Yeah.
revealing the layers underneath. This versatile tool is used for correcting mistakes or removing objects from a layer. To access the eraser tool, press E on the keyboard or find it in the toolbar. Make sure you have the correct layer selected, as the eraser tool will only affect the active layer. Click and
Yes.
drag the eraser tool over the area of the image you want to erase. As you erase pixels, the underlying layers will become visible. Customize the eraser tool to suit your needs
Yes,
by
I want to
adjusting
do that.
size, shape, and opacity in the options bar. Choose a
Okay.
larger size to cover more area and a smaller size for more precise erasing. Changing the shape creates different erasing effects. And adjusting the opacity controls how much of the underlying layers are revealed. If you want to hide part of a layer with the ability to make it back visible at any time, try a layer mask instead of the eraser tool. This will provide more editing flexibility and won't permanently delete any pixels on the image.
So I can't use the eraser with the texture of a brush, and I can only do that with the mask. Did I get that right? I don't think I did. I'm confused. Let's keep watching this.
And you can go ahead and just click on this little icon with the 3 dots and a little arrow pointing up. And this will actually show me again, as you can see, I can click on each individual option and it will actually show you each individual state as you're doing it. You can go either forwards or yes, you can also go backwards in it, which you can see this happening as it's slowly erasing each part and then unerasing it right there. As a big power tip to you, generally speaking, the amount of history states, it's not going to be infinite, okay? So you can customize this, my friends, very easily just by going to edit and then preferences and general. As you can see here, my history states right now is set to 50, and I find this to be really good. You can amp that up more. One little drawback to this I am going to advise you against, though, the more RAM your computer needs to use, and therefore the more lag you may experience depending on the type of machine that you're currently working on. Now here's another really important aspect and palette that you need to be familiar with. Now let's talk about the wide world of colors, y'all. So over in the top right, you should see your color palette, and it's generally going to be a little slider. You can go up and down in value, hue, saturation as well. You can also utilize the slider again in order to just go ahead and just swap to different colors that you see right here. So this is the general color palette. You can also quickly go ahead and grab colors by just clicking the swatches tab, and this will bring you to this. There's a whole bunch of preloaded things right here. I'm going to tell you that generally speaking, I like to just go ahead and manually pick all my colors. However, there's a lot of people that just like to save their own colors. As you're going through your process and you're growing as a digital artist, you're probably going to be tempted to do things like buy new color palettes or color wheels or buy swatches. And y'all, if you ever get tempted to do this, please dissuade yourself from doing it because it's absolutely worthless. There's no reason why you should be paying for this stuff. You'll be able to just figure it out on your own, and it's a colossal waste of money. So as far as where your colors go when you're digitally painting, it's going to be going in the tools palette at the lower left. You're going to see 2 little boxes, okay? The top one is called the foreground color, and the back one is called the background color. The reason why there are 2 of these, by the way, is because different tools, like the gradient tool or the color mixer tool, they utilize both of these at the same time. I'm not going to go over those in this video, but I will in the future. So to select any one of these, again, just go ahead and click on any one of them. And so if you want to just default this back to black or white, you can hit D on your keyboard, or you can hit the little black and white icon right above. So let's say that I want to go ahead and I want to start to paint some red up on here. Okay, so I've gone ahead, I've selected my regular hard round brush, and I can go ahead and I can just go ahead and start to, boom, paint some red. There it is right there. Now to swap your foreground and background color, should you need to, very simple, my friends. All you need to do is hit the X button. This will be really convenient for you to swap between your foreground and background color. Let's say, for example, later on when you learn about your gradient tool, you want to have it gradient from red to orange or orange to red, you can hit X and you'll see it swapping both in the color palette as well as in my foreground background colors on my tool palette. Now, let's say that when you're actually deep into this and you're in the middle of a painting, it's going to be a pain for you to constantly have to come on over here and try and guess, hey, which blue is that? It's kind of dark, it's kind of light, I'm not really sure which one it is. Well, easy way to do this, my friend. So there's a built-in tool on here called the eyedropper tool. Over here on the left-hand side, it's going to be this bad boy. It looks like a little turkey baster, okay? The keyboard shortcut for this is the letter I, by the way. Or the easiest way to do it is you can just hold Alt on your keyboard, and you can go ahead and click, and that will automatically select whatever color that you're using, so that you can very, very quickly and efficiently grab that color and keep painting it, just as you see me doing it here. This is the easiest way in the world for you to go ahead and do this using any brush at any time at all. So this is the preferred way for y'all to do it. Now here's another really key feature that you should be familiar with as you're going to go ahead and start digital painting. So let me talk to you about making selections and why they're really important in Photoshop and why I recommend that you do it and how you can utilize them best. So here is a sketch that I recently submitted to one of my clients. Now, if I submit this to a client right now, it's okay, it's not bad, but it's not great. It doesn't really help them understand things. I'm going to utilize a specific set of tools called the lasso tools to make some selections and really punch this up. Let me show you how this works. So this is essentially going to take it from this to this, which makes this infinitely better. In order for you to isolate areas of your artwork, so it's very, very easy for you to launch into that and only work in specified areas, here is the tool you want to use. It's called the lasso tool. So over here up on the top left, it's basically a little oval with, it looks like a little rope with the rope part hanging down. The keyboard shortcut for this is the letter L. So what the lasso allows you to do is to go ahead and just quickly go ahead and base out an area, base out a selection. So just like that. Now what this does is when I go ahead and switch to my brush tool here, it only allows me to paint into that area. And you can see I've made a new layer, by the way, as I'm going to go ahead and do this. So basically, this prevents me from, whoopsie, I can't go outside over here, I can't go over here, I can only paint within that one area. Now this is pretty typical here where I've gone ahead and I made a selection and my arm got tired, or overall, like I made a mistake, like I do see I made a few little oopsies here. So let me teach you how to fix this, add to it, and amend it. So if you want to take away any portion of this, just go ahead and you're gonna hold Alt on your keyboard, and that will allow you to make a selection that it will delete from. Let's say you want to add to it though, like I do want to get the rest of this character's body in this one singular selection. You want to go ahead and hold Shift, and when you hold Shift, you see a little plus icon turn up right next to the overall lasso icon as you're drawing. So now I'm going to go ahead and use that plus and minus to go ahead and clean this up. So watch me do this. And there we go. Now I've made a full-on selection with this. And now with using the brush tool, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and grab some white, and I'm going to go ahead and slam this into that area right there. And you can see what this does is through my layers, it actually really masks them out and brings a lot of nice focus to it. And this would be something that I would find more acceptable for my client. Now, however though, I've got some really hard straight lines to do with this, and I'm just going to tell you that the overall regular lasso tool is not really going to be fun for me to go ahead and hold Shift and try and do this. My God, just hope that this is all going to turn out straight. There's a better tool for doing this, my friends. So if you right click on the lasso tool, you're going to be able to see a couple other options. So for this, we're going to first off choose the polygonal lasso tool. So what this does is every single time you click, it creates what's called an anchor point, and then you'll see it'll create a perfectly straight line to wherever you click next. So what I want to do is I want to use this in order to get the sword edge in there, and then you want to eventually come back to where you started, or you can also just double click and it will end and create your selection. So there we go right there. So now use that.
Move tool, artboard tool,
and when you're done with the selection, by the way, just hit either Control D or select deselect.
I'm having this guy as background noise right now. I'm not understand, like it doesn't feel very helpful what he's hearing right now, because he's explaining things that already exist on the other drawing program I use. I just don't really understand how to do those things in Photoshop, so I'm just going to vibe, and then once I get the basic tools, I think I actually am going to make other videos to try to create specific effects.
So here's how you're going to get this one done. So now when you use my regular lasso tool here, in order to again produce that nice lit effect,
these three use the same.
In a little bit, and what I'm going to do here is just kind of outline a few areas that I want to show off here. That I want
brush tool, pencil tool, red eye tool, color replacement tool,
go around some of these
mixer
here to produce a different effect. So now
history, art history tool, eraser tool,
and
background eraser tool, magic eraser tool.
Almost white on this,
Green tool, pen bucket tool, blur tool, sharpen tool, smudge tool, adjustment brush tool. What's this?
Those like stalactites that are showing from my ceiling right there.
What's the adjustment brush tool?
Now, conversely, I'm also going to do the same exact thing with this kind of stadium.
Okay. Increase brush size, increase brush size.
So now here, I'm going to use
He did mention this. I don't know how to touch this on my keyboard. He said next to P. They are there, but I touched them and they don't work.
This is a real powerful way for y'all to go ahead and bring some more to your sketches, especially for those of you that want to get into the professional realm of this. Make sure everything looks nice, professional, and punched up. You can see me again just using the soft round brush really lightly.
Can I copy paste Ctrl P?
So this would be more appropriate for me. Again,
I want to take it. Can I take it? I need it. Cool.
And for me to go ahead and move on to my coloring. So
I forgot the name of that. 1725. Did he put it over here?
Options that you can also play with in your brush settings up on here. So up on the very top, you can change the blending modes on here. We'll talk about this in another video, but not today. You can also change the opacity. So if you want to directly control
just
how
to
light or dark
practice,
you're going,
indeed.
you can either do this one of two ways. You can first off go ahead and click into here, and then this will again adjust based on what you're doing.
I'm so lost.
This once and then come back here. However, though, this is where you click in. These two options are just dynamics or trade. It doesn't look like also putting the pathways. You can go if you want. So again, if you add here, so the hard brushes. Also, just a big stylus on my wake up right there. If you located direct brushes on the fly, as pretty much all in your this button does, I do right. So the sister eraser tool icon, just like you can go as far less. Erase this out like you see me erasing this guy's axe right here. Oh no. He looks far less mighty now, right? Now another thing that you can do is you can utilize all of your custom brushes in order to also produce a certain effect. So you can right click and you can select a different one. So let me go ahead and select one that has a little bit more of a texture to it. So like this one right here. And here you can see I've gone ahead and I've selected a texture tool and I can actually use the eraser as such. Now you can also use...
I don't know how to do that. I am stupid. He doesn't. I go. I select a texture brush. We have the texture brush selected. It has a little brush here. Can I change that? No. Wait. I'm trying to think. It has a little brush on top of it, and I make it work like an eraser. Pretty please. I can't. Can I? Please. Color replacement. What's this? Why is it orange? Why we orange? I'm in pain. Okay. What do I do with this? This does absolutely nothing. I see. This is orange for some reason. This is also orange. I do not understand why is it orange. What's this? Remote to healing brush tool. Why is it called like that? Spot healing. Let's heal. Wow. I feel healed. Create texture. Brush tool. I am not understanding. Color dynamics transfer. This had to be on, right? Build up with edges. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I like this brush. Looks cool. Ooh. Very cool brush. Okay, let's see if we can understand how to. No. I'm going to cry. Let's see. Where was it? Here. Let's select this color. Now let's change to the here. To the here. We go here with this part. Not like this. This is how we are going to notice if we did things. Okay. I put blue under the eye, and here the background is already blue. Doesn't matter. But if we do what I want to do, which is use the... Why are you changing color cap? If we do, which is what I want to do, which I'm not understanding how this guy did it. We should be able to, if we erase a little dot of this black eye, the dot we erase it should be blue because the layer up under it is blue. So I need to figure out how to make the eraser look like the brush we are using. Maybe it doesn't let me because all of these have a brush on them. So maybe I need to use the ones. What the fuck? I am confused. I am very confused. Okay, Google, come to me. How to make texture brushes into eraser. Photoshop. To use a texture brush as an eraser in Photoshop, you can temporarily change the brush mode to clear. I need that. Where's the brush mode? Normal. Clear. I have my pen backwards. We have figured out! This is what I wanted. Okay, is there a shortcut for this? Because this is something I am going to be using very much. This is every time that I'm drawing and you see this appear on the screen, that's because I was trying to do that. Or I was doing that on the other drawing program I use. But this apparently in Photoshop works like this. Does this have a shortcut? Because this is kind of long to do and I do it quite often. Which is why I had set it up as a shortcut. Let me Google that. Is there... Oh, there's another method, I think. Methods to use a texture brush as an eraser. Temporarily change brush mode to clear. We did that. Use a keyboard shortcut. That looks hard. Perfect. There's a video for it. Let me open it here actually. Hi.
Hey friends, did you know you can erase immediately with any custom Photoshop brush that you're currently drawing with? In this
Yes.
example, I'm working with one of my favorite brushes in the Megapack ink box, the Brayer Boss Paint Over. It's an especially powerful tool for building up interesting ink roller textures when you use it in both an additive and subtractive way. When I'm ready to use it as an eraser, I simply change my brush mode to clear, and
Yes.
just like that, it now behaves as an eraser.
But is there a shortcut?
Now I can paint behind
Is
it
there
on
a
a new layer with a
shortcut?
different color,
I need a
and the areas
shortcut.
I erased are truly
No
gone
shortcut.
as desired.
No shortcuts. No shortcuts.
I'll set the original layer to multiply, and here you have a nice textured area in a matter of seconds. So try out the clear mode the next time you're drawing with a custom brush.
I will.
You can add and subtract pixels
But
with the same
I
tool
feel-
quickly and easily. I'll talk to you again soon. Thanks.
I feel scammed. People pay for this. I feel like this option is a very basic one to be able to use your brush for as a eraser. People pay for Photoshop, and I feel like it's a lot like other drawing programs, and even harder to understand. Is less accessible, and people pay for it, and I don't get it. Right now I wasn't erasing, same silly. No, yes, I was erasing. You can see it still works because I have selected the color red and it's still erasing. But actually, then we can see the layer under. Very cool. So let's write that down actually. Normal around like 12. That's good. Let's keep writing our discoveries. Brush on clear mode. I might be interested in learning different things as someone who already draws on a different drawing program, as what maybe a person who never has learned how to draw on a drawing program will be interested to learn. I just want to replicate what I already do on a different drawing program on this one. So I understand I might have a different learning progress than someone who has never touched a drawing program. I have used quite a bit of drawing programs. I started with Sketchbook, then I changed to Krita for quite a while, and then I changed to Medibank, which I stayed, and then I never changed back. Yeah. Combinations of the different brushes look kinda cool. They look kinda cool. Look kinda cool. Oh. don't know what I'm doing. I'm just vibing, really. Okay, we know now how to make some basic things on Photoshop. These are really basic. I should keep trying to see what I can do. This is very if I wanted to paint like in very traditional style, this cool. Like I'm not explaining myself, aren't I? Like, give me a second. I'm putting my thoughts together. If I wanted to go for a more painterly like style, this explanation is good because it only explains very basic stuff. Some things they left them as already known, and or like he said, he will explain them in a different video. With how long the video was, I was expecting it to be a little more like filled with things, with the information, but it's okay, it's pretty okay. It works for my more painterly like style, that when I only paint in one layer and don't use layers, it works. But I feel like checking other things that I know are unique to Photoshop, that I might be interested in learning because I don't know it. And also I kinda need to still be learning where to find these options, like the brush and clear mode. That's something I use on my usual drawing program that I do need to know where to find on Photoshop. So we are going to be checking where things I already use are on Photoshop, and we are going to be checking if we can learn anything new that is unique to Photoshop, and then we can add those together and see what we can come up with and do something cute, something nice. Okay, let me erase this. Let me erase this. Yes, delete it. Let me. I do need to check how to change in a more easier way the size of the brush, because this is a little bit uncomfortable. Here, don't know where. Let me Google that really fast. Hey, shish. How to change brush size on Photoshop. Explain Photoshop. Yeah. Using the keys ta-ta-ta and ta-ta-ta. I know them. But I do not know how to type them, because I type them and they do not appear. How to type ta-ta-ta. Okay, no. I'm just going to paste that. Alt. It says with Alt. Okay, let me see. Alt. No. It's not working. Not working at all. No. Alt 91. No. Oh, with shift. No, still not changing my brush size. Control. No, I'm just zooming, and I do not know how to undo it with a shortcut. Oh, look at this, it's cool. I really should give more of a read to all the already existing shortcuts. There are way too many. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's give a read to all the shortcuts on on Photoshop. We'll need them. Okay, it was on edit, edit, keyboard shortcuts. Let's read this. Let's check the tools. I think that's the more important part. And I'll have a different tool. A different window of Google where I can Google things, different to the one where we are playing the YouTube video. This is a Google window, got it cropped to be only visible for the video. I just opened a different window for Google so that we can Google all the shortcuts if we don't know what they do. So let's do that. Okay, move tool we know it, artboard tool we don't know what that is. Photoshop artboard tool might be super useful, we don't know. And what is it for? The artboard tool tutorial. Is it like very useful? Should I know what it is? Let's see.
Ishak from Shaktik here, bringing you another one of the basic.
Wait, yeah, I fucked up. I'm silly. I am so silly. There.
Another one of the basic Photoshop
Hi,
tutorials.
Shaktik.
Now in this tutorial, we're going to be using the artboard tool. Now, the
Artboard
artboard tool is less heard of in Photoshop as it is mostly for designers, web designers, program designers, and they more usually utilize it in Adobe InDesign and Adobe Illustrator. But the tool is in Adobe Photoshop for utilization. Alright, so to first get to the artboard tool, you're going to have to right click on the left tool image that I have on here, a square. So you just drag and you can create a square. There you go. And there we go, we have an artboard now. And if you have noticed,
Oh, you'd stand the...
in the layers panel on the right, it has grouped the image into the artboard, which is pretty awesome. Now, what is an artboard? An artboard is a way of previewing what your design or product will look like on a certain platform or canvas size. So an artboard is like you can create a size canvas which you can preview your design or product on. So
that's cool. Okay, that's all. That's enough explanation for me. We have all these others. It is visible. It's not visible because it's a different window. I have a little window on Photoshop, extra window that's showing all the Photoshop tools. Right now it doesn't appear on screen because it counts as a different window than the one I have Photoshop on. So for it to be recorded by OBS, I should add another OBS thingy to record that specific window, but like I'm going to close that window. It feels like not worth it to record it, so I'm just going to read the tools names. The lasso tool, we know it. I know how it works. Let me confirm. Where was the lasso tool? Over here, right? Somewhere. No, around here? Here. We have a lasso tool. Sheesh, is big. Why is it so big? Is this selecting or just coloring? I think it's coloring. But why is it pink? I don't think I understand how the lasso tool works. Yay! Oh, that's cute. Actually, oh sheesh, I closed it. I'm so silly. Actually, let's watch. I had more than one Photoshop Center to drawing video. Let's watch a different one to see if the other person has more things that are useful for me. Hise. Oh she. Wait. There we go. Let's watch this other video. See if we can learn anything.
My dudes, what's happening, man? This is Trent. As you know, I've been a concept artist working in video games for almost 20 years now. The majority of concept artists working in the video game industry use Photoshop. This is a software that you will need to know how to use if you want to be a concept artist working in the video game industry. Now, yes, it's true. A lot of different artists, if you're an Instagram artist, you're an illustrator, or do other jobs, you can use those other softwares such as Procreate on iPad or Sketchbook Pro or Krita. There are a lot of other digital drawing tools to use, software to use, but we're going to be doing Photoshop because that is what a pro concept artist is going to be using when you go and actually get a job at a game studio. And this is going to be for
He just told me I can't get a job.
Your eyes to some techniques and tools that you might not be aware of. All right, so enough of the intro. This is going to be a pretty meaty video.
I have smoothie on. That's pains. I turn it off. Yeah. It was making all my lines super slow.
Now, first and foremost, you're going to be like, yo, can I just be a concept artist with a mouse? Can I draw on paper? No, you got to draw with a Wacom tablet or an XP pen. You need some kind of input device that has a pressure sensitivity.
He just told me I can't draw with a mouse. How dare he's underestimating me.
All right. Now, here we are in Photoshop. This is the 2021 version. So you're going to notice this slick gunmetal dark interface here.
Bucket.
And the first thing that you're going to want to do is
Bucket.
File, new. You could also hit Command N as in Nancy.
Oh, you can create a new canvas with N. That's useful.
And
That's very useful. Where's the bucket?
Just pick one of these preset. A lot of times you'll find these preset ones. There's like for print or art and illustration. You might want to just go with something like this. One thing you'll notice is that they're all set to 300 dpi.
Print bucket, perfect, found it.
It says PPI. It's the same dots per inch or points per inch, which are just pixels per inch, basically. So what you could do is just
I was just
click on that
correcting
right there.
the
That's
video.
going to give you 1,000 width by 1,000 height, and that's fine. But usually I like to go a little bit longer, like wider. So I'll do
There's
like,
always a little bit of
like a
mistake
3,000 across
every time you use
by like a
bucket.
1,500 tall. And it's okay if this is set to, RGB. You don't need to change this, just square pixels is fine. All these other settings are really unnecessary. These are the important ones, which are really just your pixel dimensions and your resolution. Don't go lower than 300 resolution, though, pixels per inch, because if you want it to be something that can print or just look nice, that's going to do it. If you don't like what you've done, you can go over here to this icon right here. This is the cropping tool, and you could say, well, I want it to be a little bit, more in, like that, Or you could go up here to image and go to canvas size, and this allows you to make some adjustments to your canvas. If you wanted to change the size
So we like
of
the
it,
purple.
maybe you wanted to do like 8.5 by 11. Let's do 11 wide.
I think y'all having like a
5 tall. So that's like
first
something that you would get
experience
like that.
to
Now,
see
obviously, we've got all
my
now I have
very
colors here
consistent
set to this, so
attention
it fills in
span.
the new area with this dark blue. But let's say we just want that to be a completely white canvas.
First
Well, what you can do is
experience
Command A
to see
to
how
select
well you can pay
everything.
attention in
That
class.
means that's selected. But another way
What
to
was
do
he
that
saying?
is to just click on this
I feel like
he
he just says something important.
Selection, and then once it's selected, you could fill that in using the edit and then fill, which allows you to just fill it in with whatever color you have selected, or I'm going to show you how to change colors here. If you click on this little color button here, yours might already be white or black. And then what you could do, the top one is the one that you have selected. So I'm going to set that to white. And then I'm going to go up here to edit and fill with the foreground color. If you choose the background color, that's related to the second color here. And that's like basically your eraser color, okay? So that's fine and dandy, we're all set up. Let's get to drawing here. So the first thing you want to do is click on this button right here. This is for the brush. And the brush tool allows you to draw. Now, if you've got a white canvas and you've got this set to white and you try to draw, you won't see anything because you're drawing with white. But let's say that we change that color. Click on the color icon and then select a new color. And then we make marks. Whoa, okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with something here. Now, obviously, just like any program, Command Z is going to undo what you just did. So I'm going to hit Command Z. If you're on Windows, it'll be Control. Whenever I say Command, it's going to be Control, okay? So Command Z undoes everything, and Shift Command Z redoes it. This also walks you through your history here. So the history here allows you to do and then undo and then redo all of your actions, every brush stroke. So like, let's say that I do a bunch of strokes. Let's say I just did like, 50 different strokes. And this is kind of neat to watch, by the way. Watch. Okay, so let's go up our history. You can see here how you can hit Control Z, or you can actually click on where you want throughout your history to go backwards, or by, again, holding Shift, going forwards through your history. So this allows you to make a few mistakes and you can easily clean them up. But again, I'm going to fill that in the same way that we had filled it in before. And I'm going to say go up here to edit and then fill. But before, let's do the background color because it's white. Okay. Now brushes. The thing you have to understand about brushes, if you right click, you pull up all of your brush shapes. Now, think of this like you've got a brush, let's say that you've got like a stick and you want to choose which kind of a stamper, which kind of a shape you want to imprint onto the paper. These brushes, now these are my custom brushes, and different brushes are going to have different
having so
properties.
much
Some of them are going
respect
to look really
for anyone that
grainy,
draws.
noisy, and some of them are going to have different kinds of
but also
pressure sensitivity.
I feel like it's
size, like this one,
for
for
drawing is
instance,
very
barely
unnecessarily
press, we get like a very
complicated.
small line.
For editing, I
Really
suppose
hard
it's
to get
good,
very
but I
good
don't edit.
And this is the value of having
I should
a
learn
pen input
how
device,
to.
okay, is that we get this broad range. Now, some of our other brushes are set to opacity. So if we barely press, it barely
New bucket.
leaves any
Very
kind of
focused. Yes, I'm very
it
focused.
barely leaves any kind of an imprint. But if we press really hard, you can see
I want to.
opacity.
Let me.
Solid color. There's a few quick keys that you're going to need to know if you're using brushes. So, and if you want to increase the size of your brush, you use the right bracket. To decrease the size of your brush, you want to use the left bracket. And then, of course, if you, you'll notice that you can increase the size. This really comes in handy if you're trying to get a broad range out of your brush. If you're doing a very large painting, for instance, you don't want to do the whole thing with a tiny, tiny, tiny little brush. You want to have a good range there. The other quick key that you're going to need is the Option key. This is also the Alt key on Windows. And you'll notice how it changes the icon into this little eyedropper here, which allows you to color dab. You can color dab blended colors and mixed colors. This is an effective tool if you're just getting comfortable with blending and creating gradients and shading. Because you can kind of color dab, you can blend two colors together and then color dab that gray, and then now you have that new gray, and then you can color dab the blend of that, especially if you're using a brush that only has like a 50% opacity. For most artists, they're kind of hovering their left hand over the Option key at all times. So I wanted to show you how the icon looks different when you change brush sizes and use the Option key, but my capture software doesn't capture the brush size or shape.
Can I look?
So for the rest of this video, it's just going to look like a normal mouse icon. I know.
Can I look?
Nothing works, right? So let's say that you don't want to color dab. Let's say you want to pick a
Can I
specific
look?
color.
How
Well,
to
you
look?
click on this icon down here. This is your
Blending
primary color.
options,
That's whatever
local
color
layers.
you have selected. But you can quickly begin to see how you could blend
What's
colors
this?
doing this
No.
by, for instance, color dabbing
Mask.
and then using light pressure over another color.
What's this? What's way?
And your
Filter,
colors begin to
filter
blend.
for adjustment
Color dabbing.
layers. Can I?
And this is
No.
one way that some painters will blend their colors. This is Kind of like having a little mixer board if you're used to traditional paint.
No.
Having a little mixer board.
Wait a second, sir. I am not paying attention. I am struggling. I really should pay more attention, right? I should take notes. I'm so bad at this. Okay. No, not this. Lock image pixels. No, that is not the thing I wanted. Lock transparent pixels. Lock position. Prevent auto-nesting into and out of artboards and frames. Can I alpha look? Kind. Filter for pixel layers. Filter for type layers. I am confused. I am very confused. Is there a YouTube video? I should listen intently, right? Is there a YouTube video for people who use other drawing? Photoshop for artists who use other drawing programs. Photoshop tips for artists. That sounds useful. Because I already know the base. But I don't know so many basics. I feel like I know, but I don't know. Let's see. I'll listen this time, actually. I'll make the effort.
Whether you've been using Photoshop for 10 years or you're a complete beginner, I want to share 20 tips and tricks today that will help you speed up your workflow and get you creating even faster and more efficiently. Some of these are actually quite unknown, so I really do hope this video goes on to help you out. The first tip for today is going to help make your Photoshop just a little bit more visually clear by changing your highlight color to blue. To do this, you're going to want to go down to Edit and then Preferences, and then finally go to Interface and change your highlight color to blue. Normally it's grey, which I do find a little bit dull, but having that extra bit of blue really does make your layer selections.
What? Why his Photoshop look so different? Huh? Why? Wait. Windows, plugins, view. Filter, select type. Panels. I am so lost. Okay. It's so hard to know what I need to do first to learn. There are too many things to learn. Because then they are saying some of the most basic things I have ever heard about any drawing program that I already know, and then maybe they could say something that's actually useful for someone like moi. So I should pay more attention, or play. But let me write some things that I use a lot. Write down something that I use a lot when drawing, that I need to know where they are. And then also let me write down some uses I want to give to Photoshop aside from drawing, because if I want to draw, I can always draw in Medivan and then import it into Photoshop. So it's not really a need to learn to draw on Photoshop, just something I want to do. So, how to draw on Photoshop. I need to learn the brush, found it. Transparent brush, found it. Those two are very important. I need to learn how to flip the canvas. That one we haven't found yet. Flip canvas. I'm writing down actually right now. I need to put my thoughts together, so I stop wasting my time because I am not being productive here. Flip canvas, that's something I do quite a bit. Flip canvas. The layers are there. I don't know how to alpha lock, so I'm going to write that alpha lock and alpha lock. We need to learn how to alpha lock. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm thinking. I can't think, and my brain is stupid. What do I do when drawing? I make a sketch. I flip, flip, flip. I erase with the transparent brush quite a bit. I also know how to use the eraser. Just saw it, so I'm going to write that down. I read too. Canva no. I should give a look at the how do you call it? Layer types. Layer modes, to the layer modes on Photoshop, because I'm sure they are different. Like similar but surely different. Also blend and different brush texture brushes, texture brushes. How to draw on Photoshop. And maybe how to put a reference image. How to put a reference image so that we can look at. That's another thing. What else is important? I think these all are really basics. And then, aside from drawing, big line, different subject. Aside from drawing, I want to learn on Photoshop how to set up things to be printed. How to set up things to be printed, how to edit cute effects. Photoshop. Let's start with that. Just very really basic things to just start understanding. Okay, we already got how to use the brush, how to use the transparent brush. I think there was a shortcut for that. Transparent brush on Photoshop shortcut. No, clear brush, clear mode. I was in the brush clear mode on Photoshop. By holding down that key. Where's that? Where's that? Above the tab. Sorry to disappoint you, don't find it. Pincel. Modo claro. Photoshop. I was thinking because there are different languages of keyboards. Anda. No, sé escribir. Huh? Mashes Alt R? Imagine it works. Yeah, it didn't work, obviously. No. Love this. I'm going to exist without shortcuts because they hate me. Anyway, we know how to use the brush because we did this cute little cat over here. And we know how to use the eraser because something we don't know how to use the alpha lock. Alpha lock layer on Photoshop. Checkerboard icon at the top of the layer. That? Okay. I think that works. Only problem, your queen is selected. How do I select the color? How to select a specific color in Photoshop? I don't want to change the color. I want to not eyedropper. I want to cute cat. Indeed. I don't know if Google is not getting my idea. I want to separate the cat from the background because I did it all on the same layer. YouTube, don't judge my YouTube. Photoshop. Select turn of a specific color on the canvas. No. How to select by color? Yes.
To get started, I just have an image that I'd like to change from black to red. Start by selecting the Magic Wand tool. Now, if I were to...
Magic Wand. Sounds about right. Where is it? I'm soon. Where's the Magic Wand? I see no Magic Wand. Is it here? No. Magnetic. Magic Wand, found it. I'm a genius. I'm the genius of geniuses. Copy. Cut. Look at that. I'm so freaking smart. Have you seen ever someone so smart? Doubt it. Doubt it. Look at that. YouTube judging section. Yeah. No! Wait, no! I was just agreeing with you. No, don't judge my YouTube. Okay, now that we have the cute cat on a different layer. Let me... Alpha lock it. He's alpha locked, so now I can do something like change. Oh, we can change to a cuter. Oil. What? Oil? And we can color or cute cat. Look at this. We're drawing on Photoshop. We are going to separate him from the background by shadowing a little bit around all his borders. It's a cute little chunky cat. Cute little chunky. I feel like I'm using a stronger color. No, that cute, not cute really. Line, white line around the drawing. I'll fix it in a moment. Oh no! I should separate the mouth and the eyes from the this layer, from the layer. I should change the layer that it's in. It's very weird that I have a Smash Bros video open. Let me go back to there. That makes more sense. I changed the video like 3 times, so this title isn't accurate to what we're watching right now anymore. Doesn't matter. Because we changed video like 3 times. 4 maybe. What was he going to do? Ah yes, fix this cute, not cute, little white outline around our cute cat. Let's use the bucket that's over here. We're going to set the background color down. Apply. It still leaves like a line. I don't like that line. Was it tolerance that we needed to up? No. 0. No, it's not tolerance. I don't know. Now, another YouTube search invention is on order. How to Photoshop leaves outline. Exactly. We want to fix that. We don't like the outline. I like this video. It looks fun.
Hello guys, I'm Fox Gamer. Today we'll be showing you to use the paint bucket tool
Yay.
properly, because we always have that problem when we are using it for like coloring. So as you can see for my example here, it has that problem, the jaggy edge. Of course, we do this just to situate the problem. Let's color it. I have that. Have that thing, the ugly thing that we have. We have two ways. Like normally we do color it in. It's tedious, and of course we do it sometimes double clicking the paint bucket tool so everything gets selected. But of course it leaves that very ugly bleeding thing going on. Sometimes it always sometimes it does bleed outside of the outline.
Okay.
So to fix that, we have two methods. This is method 1. Of course, let's go to our outline. Make sure that your outline is closed. There's no open lines. So our magic wand works. So here's the magic wand.
No, no,
You
no.
can see the magic wand. Right click here, which is always the default is quick selection tool. Magic wand. Much more cleaner, as you can see. Of course, there are arrow. Magic wand. Let's expand. By the way, a hotkey section. Let's just select areas that we want to color, because this is color. Click with let's just say again, select, modify stuff.
Yeah, already. Okay. Colors. No, I don't want to make a selection. I want the bucket, change the bucket configuration. Opacity mode. Foreground pattern. Fill with bubbles pattern. Why would I do that? Add the alias contiguous. Let's just try things. Okay. What's tolerance? Bucket Photoshop tolerance. Do I really need to use the selection tool every time I want to? How do I unselect? Deselect there. It still leaves an outline. And this is better than all the other drawing programs. This is standard. I don't really like Photoshop. This is stupid. I'm just going to color by hand, you know. But it's weird. That's a drawing program that's a standard. Seems to suck so much for me. It really doesn't feel worth to be the standard. And it's fucking expensive too. Hola Nesu, ¿te despertaste? Hola bebé. Quiere mimito. Quiere mimito, nene. At least it's very comfortable to use the brushes. And it's very quick to color. But it's weird that so many options. Like feel shitty. Like they are so much better on free drawing programs. Oh well, it is what it is. There's a blend mode, right? Let's learn that. Blend to Photoshop. Shut up! I didn't like you. Shut up. Okay, let's look at this. This is
Hello, what's up,
Photoshop.
peeps? This is
Yes, it is. Okay, let's look at
Honeykogane
this.
back again with another video. So I was watching some of my older videos, and some of you may know that I had made a video almost 5 years back about 4 different ways of blending colors in Photoshop, and a lot of people found the video very useful, especially beginner
Hola,
artists.
Nesu.
And the reason I made the video is
Neato.
because a lot of people wanted it, and I still get comments on many of my newer videos asking me to make a video on color blending. So as I was watching the video, I realized it felt quite dated, and I felt the need to make an updated video on color blending. So this video is not gonna be all theory or technical like the last one. It's gonna be a lot more practical and problem and solution oriented. So what's the problem or the question? The problem is how to go from this to this. How to turn this basic color flats done like cell shading into a polished, smoothly blended and rendered output. That's the challenge, and to find out the solution, you need to watch the video till the end. So to start off, I'm going to be showing not one, but 4 different ways in which you can blend colors in Photoshop. So here's the first
Oh,
method,
baby's
and it's
boring.
manual color mixing. So the idea here is to pick color from the first side and paint it on the second side, then pick color from the second side and paint it on the first side, and then pick the new mid-tone color from the central area and then paint it on both sides, and then just keep repeating the process until the sharp border in the center completely disappears into a smooth transition from the first color to the second color. So that's the whole idea. So now let's try it. I'm gonna select the default soft round brush, keep the opacity of the brush low around 20%, keep both pen pressure options on, and then pick color from the left side, paint on the right side, pick from the right side, paint on the left side, and pick from the center, paint it on both sides, and just keep repeating the process until the fine border in between completely disappears into a smooth transition. And there it is, a beautiful and smooth blend of the 2 colors. And now let's proceed to the second method, and that's the smudge method. So for this, I'm going to be picking the smudge tool and then decide on the strength. If I keep the strength low, it's going to take me forever to blend the colors, and you're just not going to get a very smooth blend or a very gradual transition, and it's also going to be pretty slow and tough on your hardware. If I keep the strength pretty high, then it's going to be a very drastic amount of smudging, and you're not going to get that neatness out of it. So a good idea is to keep it somewhere in the middle, like I do, somewhere around 50 to 60%, and then just smudge it. And once the middle border gets blurry, you can increase the strength and finish off the rest to get a much smoother blend, to get a much smoother transition.
I got
And
cats
just
here
remember
on
to
me now.
not make the strokes too long. If you drag them
Hola,
too much,
bebé.
then they're
Hola.
gonna take a while.
Qué
So
bonito que
keep the
eso.
strokes small,
Oh, sí.
almost like painting dots with little drag.
Cat return. Yeah.
Now next we come to the third method, and that's the mixer brush technique. So for this, I'm going to be choosing the mixer brush tool, and notice the settings, and I'm going to be selecting default soft round brush, keep the size relatively large. Now for the wetness, if I keep it too low, it's going to take a bit more of brushing to get the smoothness, and if I keep it too hard, again the blend is going to be a bit abrupt. So what I like to do is I keep around 20%, and notice how quickly this happens. And I personally prefer using this a lot because it gives you the fastest result and probably the cleanest result in a very short time. And one important thing to keep in mind about this method is that you have to make sure that all the colors are merged into one layer. If even one part is in a different layer, you're gonna get this weird distortions around the edge, and you're never gonna end up getting a smooth blend. So always make sure that the colors are merged into one layer and you're painting on that merged layer, and there's absolutely no transparency anywhere. Great, and now finally we come to the fourth method, and it's a little different from the others because what we'll be doing is, instead of just mixing colors, we'll start with just one color, then pick another color and just paint it on any of the sides using the soft round brush tool set at a lower opacity. So that way we're gonna get a very smooth and gradual transition from one color to the other. You can also use the gradient tool for this, but if you're trying to paint a curved surface, then this is the way to go. So now that you know all of these cool techniques, it's time to apply them to solve the problem we talked about. And I'm gonna be using a mix of all 4 techniques, but mainly I'll be using the mixer brush tool. So what we have here is a human arm, as you can see, shoulder, tricep, bicep, and forearm. Simple subject.
Everything.
So our goal right now is
making
to
chaos.
use the blending techniques that we learned and apply on this to get a very
I think I prefer the
colors.
mixer brush. Or was it? Is this one? No, history brush too. Smudge. Pen. Touch. Mixer brush. Perfect. What? No, it's because of the colors I have. Not fun, really. Not that fun. Wet load 50. Mix. It's better. There we go. Feels pretty weird. Very weird. So weird. Also, why does it have like I don't get it. So messy. Why is there not a blur tool? Nope. Shut up. Yeah. I feel very ignorant saying this, but not a fan of Photoshop, really. Maybe it's a me problem. Or maybe everybody's crazy for even liking Photoshop. I'm going to get cancelled on Twitter for saying that, maybe? Cool. Where did I do that? maybe this circle, just a circle. It's good that it has so much texture. It's good that it has so much texture on it, but also it feels like the texture is not there because I wanted it to be there. It's just like the effect of this being hard to work with. The only same person, I hope. Well, we know something about the blurring. I'm sure there's a better way though. Where's the normal brush? It's here. Yeah. Is there like a soft round? Perfect. This works for me. Let's select the darker color. Let's make it bigger. There we go. Let's turn this down, turn this up. Cool. We know now how to make a cute little cut. Cute little cut. That's just there vibing. Also, don't know why, but the colors on the stream look different than the colors on the program. Let me see. Photoshop. Where's Photoshop on OBS? OBS? Photoshop OBS? Hi. Filters, not properties. Properties. Guess I'm gonna leave it like that. But on my screen it looks pinker. Like it is purple. But it's like a pinker purple, and on the stream it looks like a bluish purple. It might just be me though. Might just be me. No idea. Let's see if we can make sick effects. Let's go to my playlist. Wait, I'm going to stop sharing it for a second so I don't dox my playlist. Easy Photoshop trick, isolating lines. I made no lines of this particular drawing. How to paint in Photoshop, best digital painting workflows. I feel tempted to watch another one of these videos. How to use layers for digital painting. Perspective drawing in Photoshop. It's tempting me. Okay, You know what? Let's do it. That's a cool thing to do.
In this tutorial, I'm going to show you my 3 top.
The video, what's the name of the video? Lucas Painador. Paste. There we go. Why is it so small? Why is it so small? Why is it so small? Why are you small? Why small? The playlist keeps its secret identity indeed. Why is it so small? Why is it small? I don't understand why is it so small. 256. I don't understand why it's so small. 22. Sheesh. Now it's easier to read. I have a problem. I have many problems. Center. Better. Not perfect. Not perfect, but better. You know what? Let's leave it like that. Why is the video? Oh yeah, I went down to read the. There. I went down to read the title.
Methods on how to shade in Photoshop. Plus, I'm gonna tell you which
Okay.
one is my favorite and why I use it every single day as a concept artist.
I should make a sketch, right? Sketch.
What's up guys, Lucas here. I'm a concept artist and illustrator working for video games, and this channel is all about art and art related content, so if that's something that you like, consider subscribing. Guys, I'm sick of it. There are millions of workflows out there on how to shade in Photoshop. Some of them work, some of them do not work, and if you're like me, it gets quite a bit overwhelming. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to show you my 3 favorite ones, the ones that I know that actually work. And with them, we're going to take a character from this to this. So let's get into it. Okay, so we are going to name the workflows YOLO, Lazy Multiply, and Masking. To explain them, I'm gonna take this simple geometric shape and paint it with each one of them. And once we understand how they work, we're gonna take that knowledge and dive into the character painting to apply it. So method number 1, YOLO. You can call it single layer or however you like, but what it means is that you will take your line art, put it in Photoshop, and you're gonna make the whole painting in a single layer underneath. But what makes this a good method for you is if you're barely starting in digital painting, or if you come from a traditional painting background, then you don't want to worry about layer modes, brushes, tricks, and clipping masks, and everything, all the options that Photoshop or any other software has for you. You just want to go in and paint. So if that is what you want, if that's what makes you feel more comfortable, then this is the method for you. What are some of the cons of this method? Well, for every method you have to figure out a lot of questions about whatever you are painting. For example, what are the materials that this thing is made of? What are of course the colors, the local colors of the figure? What are the sources of light, how strong they are, and a ton of questions that you have to ask yourself. Because you're painting in a single layer here, that means that all those questions, you have to answer them directly, like everything at the same time. So it makes it really challenging for people that don't have a
How
lot
to
of
flip the
painting
canvas? Wait, I need that like real quick with that. Flip canvas, Photoshop. Real quick, need to know that. Lip. Well, I can't tell. I can't tell right now because I am. I haven't drawn anything. There are no shortcuts for that, really. I think every time I come into Photoshop, it'll be to edit, to prepare things that I want to print, but I really don't see myself drawing here. Making a cute little quick cute little drawing. Quick cute little drawing. Looks weird. It's fucked up with the height of the head. There. Better. Still weird, but better. We'll have this cute little drawing of a small little Yuki. Yeah, I was not trying to make a cute hand with it there. Just something that works. Oh yeah, I really don't like it. I really don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Really don't like this. Okay, good enough, you know. Pretty good enough. Pretty good enough. No, face it actually. Okay, I wanted to make just a drawing with lines. Let's not look at it too much. That's okay. You know, that's okay. It's okay. Okay, we have a drawing with liners right now. We'll flip it, we'll get scared because it's so ugly. Okay, it's okay actually. We'll make a different layer to color it. And we can do this color all in one layer, but let's watch the rest of the video. Maybe it have like a different, more.
Everything in there. If you want to, for example, change the color of that next one. Alright, so the second workflow is called lazy multiply. Why is it called lazy multiply? Well, because you rely on the multiply layer mode in Photoshop. Basically what you do here is that you paint all the local colors in a layer or in a group of layers underneath, and then on top of everything you make a single layer in multiply mode and you use that one for the shadow of the whole thing. And I know that a lot of you probably have been using this already because it's a very popular method, but if not, then use it because it is an extremely powerful tool. Even though I wanted to call this workflow multiply because it's the most known one, you not only have to rely on multiply layer mode, you can use, for example, overlay for bounce lights and screen or color dodge for the highlights. But what are some of the advantages of this workflow? Well, the first one is that you will have your local colors and your lighting separated in different layers. That means that if you have to ever make a change, you can do it super fast. That makes this workflow ideal if you're working for clients and you're looking for quick results, because you can simply take your line art, throw it in Photoshop, put a basic color in it, and suddenly with a multiply layer on top, it's going to start looking like a 3D painting. On the other hand, what are some of the disadvantages of this workflow? Well, for me personally, the biggest disadvantage is that it doesn't matter how much you take care of the local colors and the shadow, at the end of the day, it doesn't look natural. It doesn't look like a really juicy, saturated colors. You have to, at the end, paint on top of everything if you want to achieve a certain look. And that, of course, destroys the whole purpose of the workflow, that is to have everything separated. So again, excellent if you want to use it for something quick or for client work. How do I use this method? Well, most of my paintings, I start them with this method and then later I paint on top. So kind of a combination with lazy multiply and the previous workflow, the YOLO method. By the way, guys, if you want a more in-depth explanation of how these methods work, of one of these methods, be sure to just leave me a comment below saying of which one do you prefer and which one would you like me to expand on. Let's go on to the next one, the third workflow. So method number 3 is called masking, and this one I have to say is mostly my favorite. At least it's the one that I use every single day at work. What is this method? Well, in this method you divide absolutely everything that you have in your scene into layers. So for example, in this very simple scene, which has only the white ball, the blue square, and of course the floor and the background, you're going to divide each one of these parts onto its own layer. That gives you a lot of control on how you can paint this thing, and that takes me to the biggest advantage of this workflow, that is that you will have extremely clean results. You will have, if you want a pixely type of render of something like super clean and super sharp, it looks like a 3D render, this is the method that I recommend for you. And unlike the previous workflow, the lazy multiply, here you try to not use blending modes, but you try to go directly with the full opacity, the real color that you want to get out of it. That means that you will not have to fight so much with Photoshop or the program that you're using to be able to extract, the colors that you want. So this is kind of a combination of both workflows. You have the division of the layers, and you also have kind of like painting directly on the objects. So this is simply my favorite. But you will see once we start painting the character that depending on what I'm painting, I mix it with the other workflows to make my life easier. And that's what I hope you do. Take parts of all of these methods and do your own thing. When do I use this method? Well, whenever I have to paint something simple, like props, weapons, or in general simple objects that are not divided in so many layers, because making these layers is laborious. It takes a lot of time. So I'm just lazy. I don't want to do all this work. So I try to make my life easier and do it only with props or things that I can divide in a few layers. But I have to admit that it doesn't matter how much labor you put in doing those layers. Once you have them, painting goes super fast. So for example, this painting took me half of the time than the first one, the YOLO one, took. And look at how much cleaner it is. So yeah, layers are an advantage. Try to use them for your benefit. Alright, so now that we know the 3 workflows, let's take the best of each one of them and use them to render the character. Okay guys, so the first thing that I want to tell you is that this is definitely not the only workflow that you can use in Photoshop, but it's the one that I use sometimes. Do I use always the same workflow? No, not at all. Depending on what I'm painting and how much time do I have, what are the results that I want, and if this is a personal or a work project. With that said, I have to admit that this is a very good workflow if you're working on characters that are isolated from background, so I do recommend this workflow if you are doing the same thing. So how are we going to do this? Well, you notice that we are starting with a mask for the whole character. We're going to combine different parts from the 3 workflows that I just described to you guys to be able to form or build the most comfortable for this specific scenario. So we start with a general mask for the whole character. Instead of doing masking for the different parts, we're going to make a base for the whole character. Then later, what I'm doing is I'm gonna attach clipping masks to this base layer. These clipping masks are going to represent each one of the parts of the character. So for example, I'm gonna make a clipping mask for the sweater of the character, one for the pants, one for the skin, one for the sword, one for the grass, etc, etc. This makes it easy for me to work with a fixed silhouette of the character, but at the same time treat each one of the parts as a separate object. You may be asking yourself, why do I need that base layer? Why am I working with clipping masks instead of independent layers? Well, the answer for that is that I plan to use the lazy multiply for the base of the shading. So again, it is a combination of my favorite parts from the 3 workflows that I just described to you guys. Once I have all the layers divided for the parts of the character, I start with the layer for the occlusion of the character. So this again goes in the same way as the lazy multiply method. I am doing a single layer that is called occlusion, and I'm gonna try to do the ambient occlusion of the character. So what is ambient occlusion is that those shadows that happen when 2 surfaces touch each other. So for example, where her arm touches her torso, below her neck, in between her hair and her face, these type of places where the light cannot go in, that's where I'm gonna paint a little bit of occlusion. Then I'm gonna go on top of that, I'm gonna make a new layer that I'm gonna again put in multiply, and there I'm gonna go and make that general shadow of the character. A couple of tips that I can give you when you're doing this shadow pass on your character or object that you're shading is to try and work from general to specific. Try to imagine your character divided into very simple geometric shapes. So for example, her arm, instead of thinking of it as an arm, try to think it just as a cylinder. Her face is kind of a sphere, and you go from there. Another very useful tip that you guys can put in practice is that whenever I go and do this shadow pass on the character, I sometimes work in grayscale. That helps me seeing the character with much more clarity instead of having all the colors there confusing me. There are several ways of doing this in Photoshop, putting your canvas in grayscale. If you guys are interested on how to do that, leave me a comment and I will be sure to cover that topic in the future. Once you have your shadow and your local colors ready, that's when the lazy multiply method shines. Because you can simply take a hue saturation filter and change the color of the shadow, and with that the atmosphere of your character. Or if you need to change, for example, the color of her hair, her clothing, it's super easy because everything is separated in different layers. And another little tip that will boost your characters 100% is to put another layer on top. It can be in either color dodge mode or in screen mode, and paint the rim light of your character with that. I swear that it's going to make your characters look much more vivid, much more three-dimensional, and they pop from the background a lot more. So do this and I'm sure that your characters will look way better. With the color palette and the lighting already established in our character, now we enter the final stage of the painting. You can see it as if we were working all this time with lazy multiply and masking, and now we're going to enter the YOLO part of the method. We're going to flatten the character, flatten all the layers that we were working on, and now paint directly on top of the character. Because in this last part, I do not try to change any of the lighting situation or the color palette of my character. Everything is established. The only thing that I'm doing here is refining the details. So from here on, it is just more of the same thing. You will see that the painting is not going to change much. So what we're going to do is that I'm gonna jump directly to the finished version of the painting so you guys can see how it ended. Now you know 3 of my favorite workflows on how to shade in Photoshop. The beauty of this is that you can take different parts from each one of the workflows and just mix them together to build your own rendering style. That's it for me, guys. Thank you very much for watching this video till the end. Leave me a like if it was useful, and of course, subscribe for more content like this. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
This is going to be a challenge. This is going to be a big fucking challenge. Just because it's so hard to flip and zoom. That's my biggest problem right now. And to change the brush size. That's bothering me very much. The guy in the video makes it seem so easy. So it's hard for, like, I feel like I'm missing information. Because he looks comfortable using Photoshop. Right now I was trying to create another configuration for my tablet to put the shortcuts to zoom in and zoom out on my tablet, so I can zoom in and zoom out fast. I also was going to see. I'll see. I'm thinking. How do we select color? I think what's this one. Tools, magic wand, no. Quick selection, no. Eyedropper, it's eye, okay. I forgot where to change my tablet shortcuts, my drawing tablet shortcuts. I don't remember where that was. Where was it? Where's the configuration of the shortcuts? Oh, here, found it. Okay, this is my normal one. Let's make a special one for Adobe. My top shortcut uses the wrong way. I'm trying. I am struggling. I'm really hating how this is turning out. I did my zoom and my brush edit being closed, and I need to be able to flip the canvas. My top shortcut is the clear brush one. Can I search? I mean, not that. Clear brush. Brush tool, sampling brush tool, selection brush tool, selection removal brush tool. Tools. Increase brush size, increase brush size, decrease brush hardness, increase previous brush, next brush, last brush, first brush. Brush double erase. What's this? Is it what I want? Brush double erase Photoshop. and shortcuts to Photoshop Adobe. Wait. There has to be a part. Okay, change the size here. This is a little bit on the middle. Okay, this works. I don't like this brush. And I don't like that one either. No. 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 Kinda, but no. No. Dry media. Wet media. Ultimate thinking. Maybe. Classic cartoon. No. Realism. No. Oh, that one's cool. I like this one. Sketch. Yeah, I'm going to redo this again. Okay. Okay, I can do this. 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 Photoshop is not going to beat me. It is not going to. I am not going to be defeated. I've been 3 hours here and I've learned nothing but struggle. I'm not letting that happen. I feel so defeated. God. Control plus. Oh. Do I have it set correctly? Oh, I do. I have the zoom. I have zoom. I have zoom. I have zoom. I have zoom. Look at this. This is so cool. Zoom. 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 I have never been happier to have zoom. Okay, we have zoom. We have an accessible part to change things. Let me. Okay, that's way too small. Wait, why is it? No, it's okay. It's a cool brush to sketch with. Okay. Let's make an okay drawing on Photoshop, and I'll be happy. You know, doesn't need to be cool. I don't even know what time it is. What's the shortcut to flip canvas? I don't remember. I need to flip the canvas because I don't like this. Okay, guys, let's put them here. The nose, the mouth. There's a part of this that's wrong. Not the initial perspective I was going for, but you know what? Let's buy with it. It's okay. It's okay. Oh god, yeah. God. God save me from this pain. It's wrong. I need to flip. I need to defeat Photoshop. That's true. Wait. Canvas shortcut. Photoshop. I can do this. Control Shift plus. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and let's paste it in my tablet configuration over here. Okay, I need to be able to type it because it wants me to. Okay, Control plus. Oh, it's okay, got it. But I need to put the plus. Okay. Control plus Shift. Plus. Let's see if it works. No, not working. Sorry, I was muted. My mom came in. I made it work. Yay, we can flip now. Let's go. Okay. This be working. Okay, I do want to know this.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is the Wacky Artist.
Give me a second. On Photoshop by the Wacky Artist. Fuck. Okay. Perfect. Let's keep doing this.
Here back with another video, and today I'm gonna show you 5 ways to get smoother, cleaner, and crisper looking lines in Photoshop. So let's get right into it. Okay, so for this video I'm gonna make the final sketch for the drawing that I was making. This is Ishigami Senku from the anime Dr. Stone. It's gonna be coming out in a few days. Yeah, if you're already a subscriber, you should probably already have watched the video. If you don't, then click on the top right hand corner to watch it. Okay, so the tip number 1 is do not use the included Photoshop hard brush. And the reason for that is the hard brush that comes with Photoshop, it's too sharp and you need something that has more rough kind of look. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the hard round brush. You see how like sharp it is, and if you're trying to draw something like this and you make an error, it's gonna be super hard to fix it. If you're gonna be using something like what I'm gonna be using, which is the Sketch 2, you're gonna be absolutely fine because this brush has a really rough kind of look. So as you can see already, it is not a sharp brush at all. So if you make some mistake and you want to go fix it, let's say you made a mistake, it doesn't look circular and you want to fix it, you can easily do something like this and erase this part. You see what I mean? And no one's gonna notice. But if you're trying to do the same with the hard round brush, it's gonna be super difficult and it might look kind of evident that you did that. So yeah, that's the tip number 1. By the way, this brush, you can find this in the description down below. It was not created by me, it was created by a guy called Johnny6. I found him on DeviantArt and his page will be linked down in the description below. Okay, so now is the time for tip number 2. So tip number 2 is to use the smooth tool. Where you can find that is right here. And you can see it says smoothing and it's set to 20%. That's what I use it at. And if you want, you can increase it to 100% or decrease it to 0%. Usually it's always at 0, I believe, when the Photoshop is first open. So let me show you the difference between a 0% smoothing and 100% smoothing. So let's say I want to draw some cross hatching, something like this, and let's cross it. You see it doesn't look too good. It looks like I used my hand, which I did, and let's put it to 100%. And let's draw the exact same thing. So
I forgot to mute. My mama came in again.
And that is because I use the smoothing tool. The problem with the smoothing tool
I'm liking
is
it more now that I have
so let's say you want to draw a line between this
the
point
shortcuts that I really
and
needed.
this point. So if you try to do that, it's not gonna reach it.
More
I drew it,
comfortable
but
now.
it didn't reach it. Whereas if you set it to 0, let's say you're gonna pass it. So like you need
There's a lot
to
of space.
see where you wanna go and how much smoothing you want to set. So let's say
Mention what
20%.
yeah, in the cheek, I think that's wrong.
There you go. It's pretty much perfect for what I want. So yeah, that's the tip number 2. Use the smooth tool. So now it's time for tip number 3. And tip number 3 is to use the string tool and liquify for the lines that you aren't able to get smooth. Let's say you want to draw something a little bigger. Let's say you want to draw this mouth and you aren't able to get this weird smile, and you're trying your best but you can't get it. So what you can do is use the pull string mode and just follow this, and it's not gonna be perfect, to be honest. Here you go. It's not gonna be perfect, but you can fix this easily. Go to filter and liquify, and then just fix it however you want.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's a face.
Show backdrop.
A face-looking face.
See if you're doing it fine or not. But yeah, that's how you do it.
Don't know it still. It's because I barely.
So
The sketch itself, the first sketch wasn't really good, but, you know.
So with that saying, let's move on to tip number 4.
I changed the perspective now. I'm actually going to redo the sketch.
So let me tell you what I mean by that.
Do you have like a
So let's
pencil like
jacket,
brush?
and you can do it in a single stroke. It's still on the pull string mode, so I'm gonna deselect it.
Do I have
and
like a
go to the
pencil
normal
like a brush?
mode. So yeah.
And
So
we're
let's say you
here.
wanted to draw this jacket part here, but you can get the cool line, these cool edges, and you're still getting some of these parts, and you don't want to erase this. So what you can do instead, without spending too much time, is just go and overshoot.
The idea,
So
first
whenever you
idea was to
overshoot,
make
you're
a
gonna find
face
some sharp
from this
edges.
perspective.
And you might be thinking
Which I
that this doesn't look good,
failed
but
because I couldn't flip
just
and I
hear me
lose
out
when
for
I
a
can't
second.
flip.
You can easily fix this just because we are using this brush. If you want, you can create the look that you want. You see this? This doesn't look sharp anymore. It looks pretty good actually. Just a bit more here and there. By the way, some of you might find this brush a bit too transparent. So what you can do is, after you have completed your sketch, just go to the layer and choose duplicate, and it's gonna get dark. See, there's no, like, it used to be like this, it's darker. Yeah, so that's the
face.
That's the tip I'm gonna give for tip number 4. And you erase everything else you don't want. So that's how I draw most of my lines, doing this, because this takes way less time than just making a line and then undo and then making a line again and then undo and then making a line again and then undo, and keep doing that until I get the perfect line. And that's not the ideal way to do stuff. So now we move on to tip number 5, and the tip number 5 is to use the rotate tool. Let me tell you how important it is. So our hands naturally rest in a position where you draw lines like this, and it's harder to draw good vertical and horizontal. Pretty much you have a problem with vertical lines.
Very face looking face. Thank you.
Vertical line. But instead, if you just rotate your canvas however you want, and then use your hands sideways, it's going to be much easier to get that line. You have to try it for yourself to know, actually, because everyone has a different angle of drawing, and somebody uses left hand. So I can guarantee that you're gonna have to tilt it this way. Some people might need to tilt it this way, and some people is gonna tilt it at any other angle. I don't know about that, but just try and use a rotate tool, because I don't always use the normal position to draw everything. I usually rotate. Now, since I'm on this point, I'm just gonna say, if you're like if you have a screen tablet for drawing digital drawings, like an iPad or Wacom Cintiq or something like that, you can easily rotate with your hands if you have touch enabled or something like that, I don't know. And if you don't
No, I'm
have a
going to make
SIM
the
key
eyes
and you have
closed.
a drawing pad tablet
I'm
like
struggling
I
too
do,
much with
you
this.
press R for rotate. But what I do here is I have mapped one of my tablet buttons to R. So whenever I press R, I can just rotate easily, and when I'm done, I have mapped another button for B, that is brush. So I can easily switch between the brush and the rotate tool. So let's say I want to draw this, but I just want to rotate.
I need to check where the redo,
draw, and then rotate
the redo button is,
and then draw.
because I need it very often.
I like to make these sounds. You guys like to hear that, or it's just annoying? Alright. Okay, now that I've
Just
given
like
you
me
all
for
the
it for
5
real.
tips that
I mean the
had,
guy
I'm gonna
that's talking in
finish
the
this
video.
sketch and show you the time lapse of
I
how
make-
I used all
I know
these
it
methods.
sounds very
I'm not gonna
often
use
when I
all
don't know
of
what
them,
to
but
say.
most of them to finish this drawing. So see you at the end of the time lapse.
I like it. It's looking good. Wow, it kinda looks like Crowley. Kinda. Just a little bit. It's okay.
Okay, so here it is. Here's the end result, and I hope you like this video. I use most of these tips that I gave you guys, and it helps me a lot every day in my drawing, and I hope it does to you as well. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
Nice foreground areas forward, especially on the sides. This is a real powerful way for y'all to go ahead and bring some oomph to your sketches, especially for those of you that want to get into the professional realm of this. Make sure everything looks nice, professional, punched up. You can see me again just using the soft round brush really lightly on this just to give this a depth. So this would be more appropriate for me, again, for what I would send to a client in order for them to approve and for me to go ahead and move on to my color. So this is the overall power of selections, lasso tool, and why we need to use this. Now, a really critical thing that you need to know and get very comfortable with is how to maneuver around your canvas quickly. So let me give you some tips here. First off, in order to zoom into any part of your canvas, go ahead and hit Z or grab the zoom tool, which will be located on the lower left-hand side of your tools palette. You can
We put a different video. I know, but I'm so lazy to stop drawing and change the video that's on, like the title that's next to the video that we're watching. It says that which video we are watching. No, I mean, it looks good. Oh, it looks less good if we take out the sketch, but it looks good.
much easier than again going click in order to get into this guy's ear. As you're zoomed in, there's a really helpful tool that's generally always generated in Photoshop. It's called the Navigator palette. So you can see it's going to be up here in the top right. If you don't have this, go ahead and hit Window and Navigator for it to show up. Now the great part is that with this you can quickly click and drag around anywhere inside that red box right there. You'll be able to just quickly navigate to wherever Now, when you're all the way in here, what you need to be able to do, aside from using the navigator, is to actually just go ahead and pan around. So to do this, you're going to use the hand tool, which is right above the zoom tool. The keyboard shortcut for this is the
I'm drawing as I draw when I draw traditionally on paper. Don't know how good this is going to turn out, but oh well.
So that for me, when I click and hold my stylus pen, I actually activate the hand tool. This allows me to very quickly go ahead, especially when I'm with the brush tool, I can move over here, I can draw, and then I can click my stylus pen, move over here, and continue to draw. This is the preferred method for you to go ahead and do this. Now, if you're zoomed in, like let's say I'm incredibly zoomed in, boom, I'm right here, whoa, and I want to zoom all the way out to see how that's looking, check myself, just hit Control 0. You can do this by going to View and Fit on Screen. And then the last thing that you need to know is how do you quickly maneuver around this. Frequently what happens a lot of digital artists will know, hey, how do I draw a straight line? Well, the very simple thing is that just like if you were going to draw something on paper, you would rotate the paper or rotate yourself, right? Well, really easily rotate the canvas. Go ahead and use the rotate tool, which is if you right click on the hand icon, it's going to be right there. The keyboard shortcut for it is the letter R, which I like to use a lot. And if you click and drag, it'll allow you to quickly rotate it. So between all of these things, you can do whatever you need to get out of the rotation, because it gets really obnoxious and you don't want to keep it like that all the time. Go ahead and just hit escape. Now let's move on to some more essential knowledge. So my friends, now go forward, create some awesome work, and let me just remind you of one major basic principle of digital art, which is this simply, my friends, is that digital art is not going to do the work for you. Just because you bought the most expensive drawing tablet that you possibly could, just because you bought the most beast computer you possibly could, just because you paid the most for this program versus some other programs out there over the long term, does not mean that you are going to be an A+, AAA awesome artist. That's going to take time, skill, and effort. So,
True what the video on the guy is saying, you should just use your own Medibank and not spend any money.
hard work and achievement. So, go and have fun with that. And
You
if
just
you wanna
started
learn digital art,
doing digital
how
art.
to get our commissions, two, make sure that you go ahead and
I
watch these
think
videos right
maybe
You might end up with dozens or even hundreds of layers in a
I
single
see.
painting. Even if you
Photoshop
already
might
know how
discourage
layers work,
you.
I'd recommend watching this video, as Photoshop has some hidden
Brownie.
gems that can be really helpful for your workflow. So let's dig in.
Hey guys, this lesson is part of the Digital Painting Fundamentals course. There's a lot more in the premium course at proko.com/digitalpainting.
Not only are layers useful for making your workflow faster and more efficient, but they also make your artwork more valuable to clients. In many industries, having different elements of your painting separated onto their own layer is a requirement. So getting comfortable painting with layers is really important. For now, we'll take a look at how layers work, and then later on in the course, I'll show you how I like to use them to build a finished illustration. In the bottom right-hand corner of Photoshop, you'll see your layers palette. If you don't see it, you can go up to Window and click Layers to make it visible. This window shows all the layers that exist in your PSD, and you can scroll through the list with the scroll bar or your scroll wheel. Pretty much every digital painting software has a similarly styled layers palette, so if you're using Procreate or Clip Studio Paint, don't worry, most of this lesson is still relevant. Every Photoshop file comes with a default background layer. This layer is slightly different than other layers as it does not support transparency and will always be the exact dimensions of your canvas. I personally like to use this layer as the base for my backgrounds in my own paintings, as it reduces chances of artifacting around the edges of the canvas if I resize the image later. If you delete your background layer and want to get it back, you can create a new one by selecting any layer and going to Layer, New, Background from Layer. To create a new layer, click on the New Layer button at the bottom of the palette, or press Ctrl-Shift-N. This will open a dialog box where you can name your layer and assign some basic parameters like blending mode and opacity. It's really important to get in the habit of naming your layers. I know, it's not fun, and we're here to paint, not to organize complicated file structures.
I'll
But
try to color
just trust
this.
me on this. If you always name your
Magic
layers,
wand.
you'll save yourself and your clients a lot of headache over the course of your career. Also, not everyone knows this, but every time you name a layer, a puppy gets a belly scratch. Once your new layer is created, you'll be able to see it in the Layers palette. Note that new layers will appear above whatever layer you previously had selected. You can delete a layer by selecting it and press Delete, or by dragging it to the trash can at the bottom of the Layers palette. If you want to duplicate a layer, you can press Ctrl-J or drag your existing layer to the new layer icon. Now that we have a layer to work with, let's explore its functions and parameters. The name of the layer is displayed to the right of the thumbnail. You can double-click on it to rename your layer. To the left of the name is a thumbnail.
Am I going to have to fill this by hand? The magic wand is not recognizing the background.
Select all the pixels on that layer. On the far left of each layer is an eyeball icon. You can click this icon to toggle the visibility of that layer on and off. This slider controls the opacity of the layer as a whole, while maintaining the relative opacity of the pixels on the layer. So if you have a layer that has 100% opacity brushstroke and a 50% opacity brushstroke, reducing the layer's opacity to 50% will cause the 100% opacity brushstroke to become 50% opacity, and the 50% opacity brushstroke to become 25%. Fill is similar to opacity, but does not affect layer styles. For instance, if we paint on a layer, then add a stroke style to the layer, reducing the fill will reduce the opacity of the pixels, but not the stroke. At the top of the Layers palette is a drop-down box that allows you to set a blending mode for your currently selected layer. We'll explore what all these modes do in the premium course at proko.com/digitalpainting, so for now, just know that they're here. Under the blending mode dropdown is a collection of locks that allow you to limit what actions can be performed on the layer. The transparency lock locks the existing opacity of all pixels on the layer, allowing you to paint only on pixels that already exist, rather than adding new ones. The opacity of the pixels is preserved, so painting over a 50% opacity brushstroke will change the color, but not the opacity. This is the most useful lock for painting, and we'll explore some great ways to use it in future lessons.
I prefer this one to the one that's on Medbang.
The pixel content on the layer, meaning you can no longer paint on it, but you can still move it with the Move tool or transform it with the Transform tool. The position lock is the opposite of pixel lock. This will allow you to paint on the layer, but you are no longer able to move or transform the layer. Finally, Lock All will lock the layer entirely, meaning it cannot be edited in any way until the lock is disabled. Note that you can use / to toggle locks on and off. Whatever lock you used last will be the lock that toggles with this hotkey. I recommend binding this to your tablet buttons. If you double-click on a layer's thumbnail, it will show you a full set of that layer's options, as well as layer style options. Most of this is beyond what we'll need for digital painting, but we will go through some of the layer styles in a future lesson, as they have some niche use cases. Right-clicking on a layer displays a whole variety of options, and at the bottom of these options you can set a color for the layer in the palette. This can be useful for visual organization as well as filtering. Note that if you apply a color to a group, all the layers in that group will automatically adopt the same color. At the very top of the Layers palette is a set of filtering options. Clicking the drop-down will allow you to filter layers by a whole variety of parameters, hiding layers in your palette that don't have that parameter. You can use this to quickly find a text layer in your document, or to display only layers with a certain color applied to them. For example, I often like to tag all my special effects layers as purple, and if I ever need to see my image without the effects, I can simply filter by the purple color and disable all those layers. To the right of the filter dropdown are a selection of quick filters, allowing you to filter by layer type. At the far right is an on-off toggle, so you can assign a filter that you like and turn it on and off as needed. As you progress with digital painting, you'll probably end up using more and more layers for various reasons. Some of these layers you'll want to keep separated, but a lot of them might become unnecessary, and you can consolidate them together by merging layers together. You can also merge multiple layers together to clean and consolidate your layers palette. You can press Ctrl E to merge your currently selected layer with the layer below, or you can select a group of layers and press Ctrl E to merge them all into one. When merging layers together, be mindful of any blending modes that you've used. A single layer can only have one blending mode at a time, so if you merge two layers together that have two different blending modes, you might not get the result you expect. At this point, you can probably see that layers are really useful for a digital workflow, allowing you to manage your painting and control your process in an efficient way. But there's even more that we can do with layers beyond these basic functions. First up is layer groups. Depending on the kind of project you're working on, you might end up with dozens or even hundreds of layers in a single painting. Groups allow us to organize our layers in meaningful ways that can be really useful for both us and our clients. You can create a new layer group by clicking the folder icon at the bottom of the Layers palette, which will create a new empty group. You can also press Ctrl G, which will create a group and add your currently selected layers to that group. You can move layers in and out of groups by dragging and dropping. Note that groups have the same parameters as individual layers, so you can change the opacity of a group or change its blending mode, which will apply to all the layers within the group. Remember, puppies need lots of belly scratches, so name your groups as well as your layers. The next advanced layer function is clipping mask. To create a clipping mask, you can press Ctrl-Alt-G, which will clip your currently selected layer to the layer below. You can also create a clipping mask by holding Alt and clicking in between two layers.
I'm used to that.
Clipping masks lock the transparency of one layer to the pixels of the layer below it, similar to using the transparency lock, but in this case, anything you paint is preserved on its own layer. This is a fantastic way to perform non-destructive editing, which has an infinite array of possibilities. Here's a few common ways to use clipping masks.
Put it on my...
If you're working on cel-shaded artwork, you can do your flat colors on one layer, then paint your shadows with a multiply layer clipped to the flat colors. This allows you to paint your shadows in isolation, and if you need to change the flat colors underneath, you don't have to repaint
I just
your
configured shortcuts on my
You can also
tablet
use
pen.
clipping masks
Pen
for
tablet.
safe experimentation.
I don't know,
If you have an area of your painting that you like, but want to maybe try something else, you can create a new layer and clip it to the original layer, then try your edits on the new layer. If you decide you like the results of your experiment, you can merge it with the original layer. If not, you can just delete the clipped layer and go back to where you were before. You can also use clipping masks to separate complicated elements, like keeping a trim or pattern separate from the fabric underneath. You can also apply clipping masks to groups, allowing you to make large-scale adjustments to a whole stack of layers very easily. There's a lot you can do with clipping masks. The examples I've shown here are just some of the most common ones. And don't worry if this seems a little confusing right now, as I'll show you some very practical ways that you can use these later on in the course. The last key feature available to us is layer masks. These allow you to control the opacity of a layer's pixels without editing or losing the pixels themselves. To create a layer mask, select the layer you want to mask, then click on the layer mask icon. This will create a second thumbnail on your layer that shows the mask. You can click between these two thumbnails to change your painting mode between the layer and the mask. The way this works is that Photoshop interprets white pixels as fully opaque and black pixels as fully transparent, with the range of grays in between being various levels of opacity. So if I want to make this weapon look like it's being held in the hand, I can create a layer mask on the weapon layer and simply paint with black where I want the weapon to be transparent. If you want to see your layer without the mask, you can right-click the mask thumbnail and choose Disable Layer Mask. If you want to remove the layer mask, right-click and choose Delete Layer Mask. If you want to apply the layer mask's transparency destructively to your layer's pixels, right-click and choose Apply Layer Mask. Finally, you
What
can
video is
click on the
this?
chain
I like
icon
it.
in between the layer thumbnail.
How to use layers for digital painting or digital painting by Proco. Proco is coded. There we go.
The mask to unlink the mask from the pixels. This allows you to move each part independently, which in this case allows me to change the position of the staff without having to repaint the mask for the hand. As you can see, layers and groups are powerful and versatile tools that make digital art highly appealing to both artists and clients. You can use them to speed up your workflow, organize things in a useful way, edit things non-destructively, and deliver a highly professional and usable image to your client. In the last lesson, I demonstrated a grayscale painting method that really just used one layer, but now you might be seeing how using more layers could actually improve your process. So for this assignment, let's do another grayscale painting, but this time utilize more layers to make your process faster and more versatile. I'll show you how I like to use layers later on in the course, but you can get a head start practicing them now and figuring out some ways that they're helpful for you. So, let's paint with layers. Grab yourself a reference or use one of the ones I've provided and do another grayscale painting. Only this time, try to separate more things onto their own layers. You could separate the figure from the background. You could use clothing or jewelry on its own layer, and even have layers with special effects or adjustments on them. If you're feeling extra spicy, you can also try changing your finished painting into something else. For example, you could take the character layer and put it over a different background, or you could even try alternate versions of the character, changing their clothing or hairstyle or props. Things like this are very common in a professional workflow, so it's good to start practicing them now. When you submit your assignment, post an image of your finished grayscale painting, your modified second painting, and also a screenshot of your layer structure for the best feedback. At the end of the day, layers are just another tool available to us when painting digitally, but they're also one of the main reasons that digital art has become the standard in so many industries. Every artist works differently, and there's no right way to use layers, but as you practice and become more familiar with them, you'll find that they become an invaluable part of your workflow.
So, do you actually want to get better at this stuff? Go to proco.com/digitalpainting and post your work in the course discussions. You can see all the free content we have there, and if you're ready to level up even harder, you can get the premium lessons too. You're only gonna get like 10% better sitting around watching YouTube videos. But why not get 238% better watching premium videos on proco.com and then practicing the assignments with the community? So get on it, proco.com/digitalpainting.
Yay!
In this tutorial, I'm going to show you my 3
Multiple.
methods on how to shade in
Opacity.
Photoshop. Plus, I'm gonna tell you which one is my favorite and why I use it every single day.
Okay, shut up. I'm going to put music for a moment. Bye. Because I think now I got what I needed to make a basic drawing on Photoshop. So I'm going to make it so Spotify won't be able to be on the bot, and right now the BGM should have stopped playing on stream, right? I think. So if I put music now, it should work. Does it work? I'm going to try to Can I duplicate the layers? I have a plan. I'm going to merge all of this together. How do I merge? Merge down, merge down, merge down. Perfect, we now have this. And we are going to paint all over this with a different brush. One of these. How does this one paint? I like this. Ooh, look at this, I like it. It works perfect. It took for years and years to have it, and this kind of weird. Me, I'm pretty to respond. I tell him that he's pretty too. This doesn't have. It's a mix. Is it a mix? Yes, it is a mix. There. It's a mixed brush. That's not adding color. And this one is actually a wet brush. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I like that, loving you mad. Waste of time. But why? Oh my, the sides. Picture perfect guy. Oh my, oh why? 6 down super strong. Why would get along? Alright, alright. It's alright, that's what I like. Bathroom, romantic love and deep love. They say you're too high and you'll never find a guy like that is driving you mad. This time, but why? Oh my, this size, perfect guy. Oh why? Oh why? 6 tall and super strong. We always get along. Alright, alright. We need to get out the late, and the man too late. Wait, no. Alright. Soy una experta dibujadora de serpientes. Alright, alright. 6 feet tall, super strong. We always get along. Alright, alright. Ooh, you'll pick me up at 8. Not a minute late. 'Cause I don't like to wait, no. And don't wait to cry. Don't wait to smile my right. That's what I like. Ping pong. Beep pop. Na na na. Beep pop beep pop. Dun 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 dun. Beep pop beep pop. Beep pop beep pop. People. 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 ¿Por qué no pinta? Ah, porque soy idiota. Porque soy idiota, básicamente. People, beep, beep, la la, la. People, beep. People, beep, la la. No sé cuánto no escucho esta canción. Default 10 español después de tanto tiempo con Photoshop. And that bang, bang, straight up to my heart. Na 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 na. She shot me, bang, bang. She shot me, bang, bang. She shot me, bang, bang. She shot me, bang. Bang, bang, straight up to my heart. Na 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 na. She shot me, bang, bang. 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 Bang, bang, she got me. Bang, bang, straight up to my heart. She shot me, bang, bang. She shot me, bang, bang. Bang, bang, she shot me, bang, bang. Here I come. And here I come. Really or not? Really or not, here I come. And you, not here I come. Na 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 na. You are not. Ready or not. Find you. Find you, ready or not. Or not. Ready or not. Or not. Estoy pensando. Pasillo. Another fancy you, and I love you. And I fancy you. I love you. Fancy you. Fancy you. Let's see. And I fancy you. Na 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 na. And I love you. And I fancy you. And I need you. Fancy you. Let's see. Fancy you. I need you. Fancy you. Na 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 na. Fancy you. Yay, it's done. Finished it. I'm going to give it a color background eventually. Does blue sound okay? Happy boy. Brighter. Brighter. Bright. It's hard to find the right blue. I like this blue. Okay. You can stand. You care for me. I need it. You care for me. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Very big thank you. Okay, we definitely learned something about Photoshop because we were able to make this. Now, there are still like a bunch of things I want to tackle with Photoshop. So, this is not the last time we'll see Photoshop. Definitely. quick export as PNG. Probably on Photoshop. Probably on Photoshop, not Crowley. Sorry. And the version without glasses. Probably on no glasses. There, we're done. I'm going to save it. Save as Crowley Photoshop. Okay, don't know what that said. Yeah, I think that's all for today. I am tired. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:20. And we have been here for 4 hours. Me not understanding Photoshop. So I cry and I beg and I cry. Love me, when you love me. I'm going to go eat dinner. Hope this was useful. Probably not. But at least I understand something a little better. Now I can use it a little better. I'll make a better list of what I need to do now, because I kind of have an idea of what I want to learn. So yay! That's all for today. Thank you for being here, Cap. Your moral support is very appreciated. So that's all. Bye bye. Mwah.